Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Hello, Matt, Josh.
Sup, dog?
Well, how are you guys doing today?
Doing great. I'm doing great.
Good.
You are doing great.
I am.
You got a lot of drinks.
I do. I don't know. I've been cutting back a little bit on the energy drinks recently. I've kind of realized that. Why?
Lifestyle change.
You're always cutting back on something.
Well, not on everything, but yeah. I mean, I've just been having a lot of
Have
energy.
you ever just had a week of
energy
your life
drinks.
where you just lived?
I lived yesterday.
You
I
did live yesterday.
I lived
you
yesterday.
seemed like you were going to die, but you did live yesterday.
I lived. No, I lived my life, man. I feel like I live a pretty good life, pretty full life.
Constantly
Yeah, you're
thinking
always
about-
cutting yourself off from something.
Well, I mean, it's just one of those things where I have a lot of energy drinks, and I know that, like, sometimes the energy drinks, they're not great for your health, and so I've been having, I had like.
I understand why you would want to cut off the energy drinks.
I've just been like, yeah, let's wane back a little.
Can
bit.
I challenge you to go like 10 days making no changes or thinking about your lifestyle?
Okay, this
or-
is a great challenge.
No. You're
so
Why
far
don't
in
you-
your own head on this.
Yeah, exactly.
There's always another fad. There's always another like.
Not after
Stop
10
living
days.
for other people.
I mean, Happer kind of pointed out very, very specifically, like, I get into something really into it for 4 months.
Yeah. I just think you need to live like do something consistently. Like just do the same thing every day for an entire week and see what happens.
I mean, I do this every day for an entire week.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah,
come
you
on
do
here
the
every
job.
day telling us about various lifestyle changes.
Yes. I'm talking about routines. I'm talking about like you wake up at the same time every day. Do you wake up at the same time
Yeah.
every day?
I mean, yeah, my alarm goes off at the same time every day.
Do you
Do you
wake up?
normally send tweets at 2 a.m. every day?
Did I send one last night at 2 a.m.?
You did.
Oh, okay.
Whoa.
Do you go to bed at the same time every day?
No. God, no. Last night I went
Do you
to bed very
eat
late.
meals at the same time every day?
No.
Mm.
No. I've actually changed that too. I've actually been having less to eat recently, just in general.
As evidenced by last night.
Well,
You know?
can't be
Well,
true.
I mean, last night was an exception. That was an exception. I mean, yes.
Let's talk about it.
I forgot I did do the hashtag to completion tweet.
Yeah, you did.
So Matt last night eats his steak, and I mean, first of all, we don't hear from him for about 30 minutes,
Which is alarming.
It was startling for all of you around me to be like, you were actually
Well,
concerned for me.
Josh and I have now experienced it a little bit because we would eat at the Omaha Baseball Village and you would go into your like, I'm eating, which meant you did not interact, talk, have any, like you didn't breathe really. The highlight of which was you had a couple hot dogs and you finished those things in like 2 minutes.
I did.
While
God.
also managing to spill all over your quarter zip before you went inside the stadium.
I got chili on my quarter zip.
It was incredible.
It
It was
was
the
a,
most predictable thing imaginable.
it was
but-
a messy dog. It was a very messy.
when
dog.
you came on here a few weeks ago and you talked the first time about eating to completion, you talked about how when you would be out with people and you'd have a meal, you would just sort of disappear into the food that you were eating.
Yeah.
Which
And I got a glimpse of that at the Omaha Baseball Village, and then last night was the full-on show.
the whole like shutting it down while you're eating, I don't think that's particularly uncommon. Like that, I do that, but you just looked so uncomfortable
yeah.
at last night.
I
mean,
was so happy.
yeah, but
like yesterday,
that's
If
not what I'm
that
saying.
looks like pleasure or happiness, I want to avoid it.
that
yeah.
was one of the best meals I've had in quite a while.
It was delicious.
Yeah,
it was
was
tremendous.
incredible.
Yes, it was tremendous.
Incredible.
But you looked like you were in hell.
You didn't look like you enjoyed your meal at all.
I enjoyed my meal until the meal's done, and then yes, when I was sitting back and I was
That's what I'm referencing.
I was nursing, a child, a food baby, if you will. That was tough. That was
Did you ever think that, I don't want to feel this way?
no,
after-
because that means that I wouldn't have had the bites I had to get there. And I much rather I enjoyed the journey, not the
What was your
destination.
order last night? I wasn't on your guys' end of the
So
table.
I had onion rings, an egg roll. I got a 14-ounce ribeye, Oscar style, with mashed potatoes, spaghetti. I had 2 pieces of bread, and then Josh and I split a bread pudding afterwards.
We did.
split.
And it was more so an 80-20 split. I mean,
Well, plus Prudon stuck his
Yeah,
fork in.
Prudon
right?
got in there.
yeah.
But Matt was going so fast on the bread pudding.
Yeah, you had no chance.
Yeah. And that was fine. Like I don't need a lot of
But the
dessert. I just
closest
I wanted to
equivalent-
taste it, and I got what
That's
I
how I
needed.
approach dessert anyway. It's just like, yeah, give me a couple scoops.
Mhm.
The closest equivalent to watching you eat that bread pudding was when you put, dog food in front of a hungry dog and they just attack it because they're worried that someone else in the pack
Yeah.
could come by.
Well, Josh was there, and I had to get mine in.
And you know what
were a
happens?
hungry dog.
You know what happens when you try and mess with a dog when they're eating? They'll rip your hand off.
Well, I'll tell you right now, bread pudding is
Not necessarily. They might just
They'll
look
be
at
mad at
like,
you.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
bread pudding is by far one of my favorite desserts, and that was a phenomenal bread pudding.
It looked very
and,
good.
And I
don't know
and
how
it was,
you had room for dessert.
It was bread pudding was all about. Well, you know what? I didn't have as much of the mashed potatoes as I would have liked. I still had about
Yeah,
half.
you
a
did
bowl
have a
left.
full bowl of mashed
I
potatoes.
did not have a full bowl. I had
You had a
half.
bowl?
I did not have a minute bowl. I had a. I had
You
a
had a
half.
bowl?
I had a half bowl of mashed potatoes left.
The picture that Stibbs just sent us where he isolated you. Now, this is before we really start eating,
Mhm.
but you already look like you're.
I'm locked in. I am ready. I am. Well, here's the thing, though.
I very much liked our picture too because the nice waiter at the restaurant very much did not have the right angle for
No.
Yeah.
No.
I believe there's half of your face in the picture.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, I'm just like poking up behind Joey's head.
If you look, the food is in front of us, right?
Yeah,
the food is there.
This is probably deathly concerning to you.
I am in the middle of that's a face of a man who's about to lock this down.
So
I had asparagus in my mouth. in
I
that one.
attempted to do this doing Bubba Cunningham style, where I only showed my forehead.
Yeah.
And on this one, Matt is mid-bite, mean-mugging the camera. Like, just...
I am.
It felt like you.
I'm like
after,
that dog on TikTok,
Honestly, it seemed like you. The only thing that you could do to communicate with people is grunt.
Dude, that's what I was doing at the end of the meal.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, I was-
grunting the slate, but it wasn't a slate. It was in a conversation.
That is such a bad feeling. I was watching. I'm like, I don't like how this looks right now. You got
were
up.
in the
Did I make you?
potential
Did,
blast
did I make you
radius.
uncomfortable?
You
with
got
how-
up. Then you walked to your car, and it's just like you're taking up you're taking up a lot of space.
I was wide stepping, dude.
Yeah.
I got to the softball field, and my friends were like, "What happened to you?" They're like, "You look awful."
You look like you went off to war. And the war was you had a 14-ounce steak and a bunch of sides.
I had a 14-ounce steak with another 7 ounces of crab, and then yes, then I.
John just said
John's.
John said a gif of a person ballooning. Violet, you're turning violet. That's basically what you're like. You're like Violet Beauregard.
I'm also looking
turning
at this
into a
picture,
blueberry.
And Nick is also
Oh,
basically
I haven't really
covered.
studied the picture.
Oh, let's study it.
It's pretty good.
Is it a good one?
Just
Nick's just completely covered.
I'm going to tell you right now that Joey, we can meme that for Packers season for sure.
Joey does seem
Joey
seems
seems
very happy.
So,
it's a big smile.
but Joey seems so like he's going to do something, like he's got something up his
I
sleeve.
poisoned 3 drinks. I won't tell you which one yet.
100%.
There are 2 contracts, but the pens are all in your knees.
Why do you look like this?
Great question.
Stop. Enough with this playground insult.
You look so funny.
I'm ready to go.
I
mean,
did the zoomed in one so you can have a better view of
this
it.
is the worst time to take a picture for me. Okay,
Clearly.
this is the
Food on the
worst time.
table.
Yeah.
Food on the table.
Would you rather have a picture taken of you before the meal or
a million-
after the meal?
Okay, before,
I mean, after the meal, you are in
Right.
absolute hell.
before the meal, I was whining and dining. I was talking to you. I was talking to Peter. I was talking across the table to Schaefer. I was hopscotching everywhere. I was
Yeah.
keeping everybody involved.
You
in
were
the combo.
talking a lot.
Yeah, we would have been fine. There was 9 people. There was 11
That's,
people there.
That's a dinner you go to listen. Find out the inner workings of the building.
In Matt's defense, he's getting it all out because as soon as he starts his giant meal, no one's going to hear from
Josh,
him
did I
again.
talk for?
Until he's like,
He's like, I'm out of here.
First off, you go. That's a dinner you go to listen. Did I talk for the last hour of that dinner?
No, you really.
I don't think you listened either.
I listened. I listened while I was
There was a crab coming out of his ears.
Here's the thing.
Incredible.
This this whole eats and completion thing. It's not this is how I eat, and
Yeah,
I love it.
No, it wasn't a bit.
Schaefer.
But it doesn't have to be. You don't have to.
I love it. I
can't
love
it.
I do. I would do it again.
It's so disgusting.
I would do
What
it
you looked
again.
like last night was love.
And then you played softball afterwards?
Yeah, I made 2-hour errors in the outfield.
Of course you did.
How
And
are
then-
you running?
I nearly
You
threw
couldn't
up
even
3
walk
different
in a
times.
straight line.
They didn't put Prince Fielder in the outfield.
No. They were like coming. They were like, Matt, like back off at the 3rd inning, and we had like enough people. I go, I'm good. That's our defense. That's our. You guys go play. So I just sat out on D, and I just
Yeah, that's
DH'd.
wild.
I was there for team spirit. It was the last game of the season. So
I mean, I woke up this morning and still felt full.
I
Yeah,
And
same.
I had significantly less food.
I was sweating.
Got the meat
I never had
sweats.
the meat sweats in the morning.
I did. I was sweating when I woke up this morning. I was sweating when I came here. Just sweating.
I don't like how you say that.
I was.
Just sweating.
That's just how I was.
Just a lot of sweat. Yeah, no, I wasn't. I had a great time, and then went out, played softball. Shout
I
out.
assume you didn't stretch before
No,
or
God, no.
properly hydrate
No.
Okay.
No.
He was hydrating.
Yeah, he was hydrated.
No, no. I was hydrated. I had a lot of water before I went.
There's water and ice.
There is
sure.
water and ice. The other highlight of the early in the evening
There's a
was
lot of highlights apparently.
Grim sending back his drink because he needed ice in it.
Oh, I didn't know that
Scotch.
happened.
They gave him a scotch neat and he wanted it on the rocks.
I actually think one
And
of
it was
my
just like a great send it back moment.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
He sent it back.
Mhm.
Well, why did they just bring him the ice in the same?
No, he made him take the glass.
Yeah, he sent it back.
That is
It was
awesome.
incredible. You guys didn't notice you were. in
That
the other
never
corner,
happened, as
but
far as I'm concerned.
it
Yeah,
was-
I don't know what kind of glass it was. Like ice might have pushed all the
who knows?
scotch up to the top, but
that is incredible.
I mean, you can drink it neat.
100%. Yeah, you probably should.
And honestly, it's kind of my preference. It's a lot of people's preference.
Mhm.
I did one of my favorite parts of the night actually was you calling an audible on your meal. You
Well-
ordered. So Happer ordered second, okay? And I think that you didn't like fully know what the options were until she got about to the 9th person on the table, and then we were like, okay, mashed potatoes, green beans, spaghetti, along with a salad and whatever.
Yeah, because she listed all the potatoes, and I just heard French fries, and I went with French fries, and then I thought I'm getting prime rib. I need to do like a mashed potato so I can use that all.
Yeah,
And so I got
use it as the concrete.
I got the garlic mashed
And
potatoes.
it was great mashed potatoes, but I'm just crediting you. That takes a lot of chutzpah, It takes a lot of. I mean, there's a certain type of confidence you need to be like, hey, real quick, can you come back here? I'm the second guy. Here's what I need. I need garlic mashed
Man.
potatoes, and you changed something else.
This
too.
is why we have a radio show. I did the same thing.
Nick,
Did you? Yeah.
Nick would like a clarification made very quickly
Oh,
here.
hi, Nick.
She told me to give her back the glass. I asked for ice originally. Like, hey, can you just bring me some ice? She told me to give her the glass.
Okay.
That's not how I remember it.
You did the same thing. Well, I think one of the better moments was Peterson was like, hey, I'll have a drink for to go with the dinner. And then I was like, I'll make that too. And then I think
I did it
you
too.
go, I'll go 3. And so we all order. And then she comes back, and then multiple people were like, oh, that's a great idea. And Odson goes, everybody order it now. So she doesn't
You
have to
did dab
keep
the
coming
table.
back.
I
You
just felt
definitely
bad
dadded
for
the
her.
table.
And when we obviously tipped her very generously,
We tipped her
but
very generous.
She did great.
And
for
she did
handling
it
us
great.
We did not
yahoos.
tip her.
Sorry.
The person who paid the bill.
She was tipped.
She
Yeah.
was, and she did an incredible job. She really was. She
It was
was
a great
great.
experience. I would
Tremendous.
definitely go back.
I'll tell you this. I think I came away more impressed with the Thousand Island dressing than anything at that place.
I know what you're trying to do right now. It's not funny. It's not funny.
You're laughing though.
No, I'm not.
You're laughing.
I'm not laughing.
You're laughing. Those are teeth. Those are teeth. That means you're laughing.
Do you really believe what you're
No,
saying?
Absolutely not. I'm playing into the bit. You got me.
Yeah, it was good. Great. Excellent. Anything else that was said that we should rehash?
Ooh,
here with clear eyes and full hearts on
Nobody
Thursday.
lost last night.
Yeah, I can't lose. No, I think I'm good. It was just nice to see Joey out in his element.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
Joey in public is awesome.
Mm-hmm. Highly recommend if anyone ever gets the chance.
I like when Joey does his hair.
Yeah.
That's when you know it's a big event.
He had a nice watch on.
Yeah.
He did have a.
We had a watch conversation over in our corner of the world.
Oh yeah, and
everyone's watches.
Nick is a Japanese watch enthusiast to no one's surprise, because you made a Swiss watch joke, and he goes, "I prefer Japanese watches."
Immediately, it's like, yeah, that tracks.
It's like, it's not a bit.
It's definitely not a bit. I don't know.
I don't care if it is or isn't anymore. I think he's worked himself into a shoot a little bit. Dialed it up to 11.
But I think he's okay with the shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think he's totally. And by the way,
he actually believes the stuff that he's saying.
But it's him dialed up to 11.
Like you could work yourself into worse luxury types of items. You know, like working yourself into liking high quality things.
Like I don't know anything about Japanese watches.
Joey says it's called dressing for the occasion.
Yeah.
When he.
I thought we all represented ourselves very well last night.
I didn't even wear a hat.
I didn't wear a hat.
No, that was crazy.
My hair flow.
I was taken aback.
I believe
heard from multiple people that they were surprised by it.
I was surprised.
Did everyone have a collar on their shirt? I believe they did.
Oh wow!
Go back to the
check
photo
check the tape.
I had a quarter zip.
That's a collar.
You always wear quarter zips.
I know. I love.
I didn't realize this until
which I feel like added to the whole ballooning thing.
Well, yeah, then he took it off afterwards. He just looked schlubby as hell walking to his car.
Nick came from the show, and did not have a collar.
He's the collarless.
He admits in the chat to feeling underdressed.
So what happened? What did happen though is that the collared shirt that I had on under my quarter zip, like, is an older shirt, and I don't really fit in it anymore, and so I had put it on and had where I packed it because I went and I worked out, and then after working out I got redressed, and I put it on. I was like, this thing is way too tight, and so that quarter zip was an emergency quarter zip I had in my car, and I was like, I just got to throw this on because this polo is way too tight and just way too revealing, and I just it would have been embarrassing if I walked
to completion too much.
Seriously, so it was. It was one of those things.
Glad you had your backup quarter zip.
You got to have a backup quarter zip.
I've heard of people having jackets in their car in case it rains or it gets a little colder. I'm not familiar with the idea of the backup quarter zip.
The backup quarter zip really just comes from the fact that
is it because you're going to spill chili on the starting quarter zip more?
So it has stemmed from the fact that I just get dirty quickly, and so it's just nice to have.
You do seem like you get dirty. When
I just get. Yesterday I didn't, which I did do at one point I was like, this would be too much, but I thought of putting the napkin in my front as a bib, but I was like, that would just make people uncomfortable.
That's normal. What do you do when you get stains on your shirts?
I call my mom.
Well, I mean, yeah.
And what does she say?
She goes, salts of water and lemon, or get a Tide stick, or run it under hot water with soap.
And do you do that?
Yeah.
Immediately, or do you wait 2 weeks?
Chili?
No. But I did a couple of weeks ago. I did get a coffee stain and a nice white shirt.
Oh,
it was actually the Zone shirt, and she was like, "Here's what you got to do. Go here, get this." I was like, "All right," and I did it.
I think he meant more in the immediate moment of it, not like when you're going to wash it to get the steak.
Oh, in the immediate, well, you just got to wear it. Like, what am I going to do? Like, I'm gonna.
That's why you have your backup shirts.
exactly.
Stibs in the chat. Sounds like the backup quarter zip is just I haven't cleaned up my car for years.
Yeah,
No.
there is. I mean, come on,
Oh.
there is some of that.
There's some.
Oh, a
crossover.
1,000,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not years, just a year. Just
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. My car's a mess right now.
The backup quarter zip just got taken off, set in the back seat, and forgotten about.
No, the green. There is one of those like that.
How many quarter zips are in your car at any moment?
Oh,
I would say right now there's at least 3,
What in the world?
and maybe a
good
sweater.
social media content. We have 7.5 minutes in between segments here.
How many
you can
How many
count the quarter
zips
zips in your car?
do you
Okay.
have in your closet?
In my got to be double digits at this point.
That's a lot of quarter zips.
I got this.
I mean,
one.
I have a lot of quarter zips.
I
I do
got
too.
this one, a Blackhawks one, a Nebraska one, the green one, a Cubs
looks
one,
like a
a Bears
comfortable one.
one. Are we counting quarter zips that are short sleeve, like short sleeve quarter zips? Because
I'm not really
What are
familiar
the,
with that.
what are the
Short sleeve quarter
well, it's the ones. It's like the Michigan State one that I wore at karaoke.
Like a jacket?
yeah, but it's like a quarter zip. It's not a jacket. It's a quarter zip, but it's not long sleeve.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Okay, so then I got a Michigan State one and another Bears one. So that's 9. Oh, and then I have a red Nebraska. So that's 10. I have a red Nebraska.
What do you think it is that you've really enjoyed the quarter zips so much?
In high school, we wore a uniform. We had to wear a collared shirt and khaki pants. And the only way to customize, like to like wear anything other than that, is you could wear quarter zips that were given to you by your football or by your athletic team or by a club you were in. So if you could either go collared shirt, or the only other way to wear anything was a quarter zip. So I wore a quarter zip basically every day for 3 years. And so it was like a thing to like collect quarter zips, and like being different clubs could get it. And it was like how you like made your uniform like your own personal thing. So then I just wore quarter zips so much, then I started buying them. I also have a pink Vineyard Vines one, so that's 11 quarter zips.
Is that how you pronounce that?
What?
Vineyard Vines?
Vineyard Vines?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I know those two words individually, but for whatever reason, when I see them together, I always want to say Vineyard Vines.
Why?
Because that feels like it makes more sense as a brand to me than Vineyard
I
Vines.
thought you were going to go the other way with Vineyard Vins.
Vineyard
And I
Vins.
was like, no.
That would make more sense than
Right.
Vineyard.
Vineyard Vines makes plenty of
And then it
sense.
makes me not remember what the actual word is, which is what? Vineyard. Because I've been to it. I know what vineyards are.
Now, did those polos
Wine
get
guy.
replaced for the SEC by the company that was in the
Yes.
the Omaha Baseball Village, the
Yeah.
Longhorn one?
So they were there to the Vineyard Vines were there in the NCAA tent. And
Oh,
then they had the Horn Legend.
Yep.
Johnny O.
Johnny
yeah,
had a
that's
great polo,
What a great brand.
but I could not pay the sticker price of the
No,
NCAA.
you cannot.
I own one Johnny O.
I
And
like
then-
bristled and
what-
then walked out.
The big one for the SEC folks right now, I believe, is Peter Millar.
okay, that's
Oh, yeah.
giant golf brand.
Oh, yeah.
Peter Mala.
Peter Malott.
Not Kevin
Now,
Millar.
they actually had at the Husker or the Nebraska bookstore, they had like a whole Peter Millar line.
Yeah.
And this was back in like 2020.
Well, all the schools have decided to license to these brands, which I think is great.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Why
I-
wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, the Roback, all of it.
Yeah, the
Like,
Roback stuff. I mean, Creighton's got on the Roback deal.
Nebraska's got
As a
Roback.
cheap college student, Nebraska was licensed out to Champion for a little bit.
Whoa.
When I was like when I was in school.
Still are. I think.
Like, and so those were like, you had all the Peter Millar and the Spider brands, and they were all super expensive, but the Champion stuff was like,
I bet everyone's probably licensed
10.
with Champion because
Yeah.
they do the super cheap
well,
t-shirts.
they got
Yeah.
super popular with the youth.
Yeah.
and I loved, like, I had like a pullover like that. I lost it, unfortunately, but I had a Columbia, Nebraska pullover, like kind of like a rain like pullover.
I have a
type deal.
Columbia, Nebraska quarter zip.
My dad's blue Nebraska quarter zip with the block end is
Yeah.
Spider. That's the Spider.
Everyone,
quarter
I
zip.
see the spider ones. I never got into. Everyone's got
Never
a
worn
spider.
Spider.
That's kind of, it's like a heavier duty quarter zip. Like it's heavy on you. You could feel, but like you're like, if it rains or it gets windy or whatever, like you're going to be warm.
Couple things.
All right.
Horn Legend does have some Creighton gear.
So they're licensed there too.
And if you're a Creighton fan, I mean, they're not an advertiser, but maybe you head over to Roback and you might find some discounts.
They added one. They added one on Roback for Creighton. They added a blue hoodie.
Like
There's a sale.
Like a
There's
They
a
have
sale
the
going on
hoodies.
right now.
Yeah.
The Roback hoodies.
yeah,
They used to just have the white one. Now they have a blue one.
one. Creighton's colors are really good. They're just really sharp.
Thank you for saying that.
Mhm.
It's a sharp blue.
Some people aren't adults enough to say that.
It's a nice baby blue, but even when you do like the tan creams with the cursive writing with
See,
the blue,
you can not like Creighton or whatever. That's fine. But admit to me, this is pretty good.
no, I
stuff.
can admit to you
Thank
that
you.
like I will never buy any of it, but their gear is awesome.
That's right.
Like I go to Shields and I am routinely impressed by the Creighton section, and
You
they
do go to Shields.
and they
We're
do
going to create a bingo for the crossover someday.
I go to
Happer and I will
Shields.
just score it. Shields will be on there. It could be the free space, but it'll definitely be.
it's and they restock it over there, and I feel like that's a big rotation they got going at Shields. It's all just the Creighton stuff that's coming.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you aware of what's about to happen in a few days?
No, I'm not. This
Summer
is the most
is
vague
going to
question.
Completely start, and
Oh,
you
yeah.
wearing that will not work.
I know.
It's going to be like 95.
It will not get better than like 92 for a
Yeah.
20-day stretch. Are you prepared?
No, not really.
Are you going to have to get some baggier shirts or something that you can go outside?
I
in?
think I'm just gonna have to take it on the chin and be hot and go home and take a shower and then change.
Just going to be doing a lot of laundry.
Yeah,
I'm showering.
I had to do it all anyway. That's the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. It is Matt coming up next.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're going to hurt some people.
Whose car are we going to take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call. Make room for Daddy. But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
It is Matt live and rolling here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster, as always, joined by Josh Odson here at our 50th and Dodge Studios in Omaha. 1620 The Zone AM here in the Big O, 97 Central The Zone, 97.7 The Zone in Central Nebraska. J.O., how are you?
I'm doing great.
Me too. A little, like, I'm going to be on vacation next week. Oscar Jacobson will be here. Very excited for that and what that's going to look like, how much fun you guys are going to have. And I'm just like, I'm so close to the vacation. You know, I could taste it.
You're right there.
I could taste it. I could smell it. I am going to eat my vacation to completion.
Whoa.
I am going to be able
and then
to
play softball afterwards.
Exactly. I was like, I'm actually going to enter into an open softball league the Sunday I get back from my vacation. 6 p.m. Go and play the co-ed league at Kelly. So very excited for that. But before I get to enjoy my vacation, I get to enjoy my time with you here on these airwaves. We're going to have fun over the next couple of days here. Going to have fun today. A lot of things have been going on. NBA draft finished up yesterday. No Huskers were drafted. A Northwestern Wildcat was drafted.
Oh, league.
Nick Martinelli, an LA Clipper, a very LA Clipper move. And he will be an LA Clipper. He will play for that team for 6 years. He'll make a couple $1 million, and no one will ever hear of him or talk about him or just really know who Nick is. But he's great. Local kid went and played at, or local kid for me, played at a high school near me, which is pretty cool to see him get drafted in the NBA. 2 Northwestern Wildcats, by the way, drafted him back-to-back years. Brooks Barnheiser the year before, Nick Martinelli this year. But Nebraska did not have any drafted players. Well, look, two players signed to undrafted free agent deals. Rink Mask and Sam Hoiberg getting UDFA deals. We'll talk about that. It's funny, like, we flip out about Nebraska football and draft picks and first round and such an arbitrary number as a top 50 pick and all that type of stuff. We really freak out about that. But when it comes to Nebraska basketball, and I know it has to do with, you know, the much lower expectations for the basketball team compared to the football team. Basketball, I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. You know, I'm like, great. They signed deals. They're going to be playing in summer league. They're going to be able to hang up those jerseys in their offices and be like, yeah, I played in the summer league. We'll talk about them though, in terms of, can either of them ever play in an actual NBA game? Will either of them ever be on an actual NBA roster in their careers? And if Price Sanford went in this draft, he probably would have been selected. You know, like that's one of those things where if you actually do want to have the conversation about Nebraska basketball not having draft picks, I would tell you with the fact that Badunga didn't go into the draft, the fact that Blackwell didn't go into the draft, the fact that Momcilovic didn't go into the draft, and so many other guys did not go into the draft. It left for kind of NBA teams guessing in a way and kind of just being like, okay, yeah, we like this guy. We like his size. We like his length. He may or may not make our team, but we're willing to take a shot on him as opposed to trying to get him in an undrafted free agent position, which a lot of those guys in the back half of the draft would have been undrafted free agency signings in the NBA if this draft occurred 10 years before, but it hasn't. We're now in an era where we are, you know, freaking out about guys who don't get picked when they thought they were going to get picked, and now we're trying to expose agents for making bad decisions in terms of their clients. So we'll have our discussion about the Huskers we're not going to have a full NBA draft. Don't freak out, John. Don't lose your crap, Brian. We're not talking about the NBA. We'll talk about
everything's okay.
Nebraska basketball. We'll also talk about some broadcasters today. The reason why I segue into that is because I think Sam Hoiberg is going to be one hell of a broadcaster one day when he is done with his playing career. And speaking about broadcasters, Brian Kelly, did you see this yesterday? He's going to broadcast
CBS
games?
continues to make the worst string of broadcasting decisions I've ever seen in my life.
I'm like this with CBS.
Like,
you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of.
Who are you? You can't just hire someone because they're available. They might be unemployed for a reason.
Thank you. I'm here with ESPN. Okay, I'm here. I'm kind of on the. If there was a middle line, okay, I'm a little bit below it, and I'm just kind of always there. Right? I just not the biggest fan of some of the things they've done on television, especially recently. Especially their just in-season NBA coverage, and then they're just complete lack of quality when it comes to the the hockey coverage. I'm not a fan of their hockey coverage. I'm up here with NBC. I mean, every time I tune into something that has to do with NBC, I'm fired up about it. You know, like they just have high quality announcers, high quality panels, people who care about the games. Like, great. By the way, their cameras, their picture is just so much clearer. It feels like compared to other TV networks. It's quite incredible what NBC has done, and I feel like they have put themselves in the upper echelon of television broadcasting when it comes to having that conversation. CBS is just kind of, you know what I'm saying? They're just kind of always, they're fluctuating.
Russell Wilson and Brian Kelly.
It's terrible. Just because you're right, Josh. Just because they don't have a job doesn't mean you need to hire them. And I'm getting a little like it's becoming a consistent thing where it's like Sean Payton, you know, isn't with the Saints anymore. He's on TV. Drew Brees retires. Drew Brees is on TV. Matt Ryan retires. Matt Ryan's on TV. Tony Romo retires. He's on TV. JJ Watt. All these guys, they retire and then immediately they're thrown right back into my face. We could take a break. Can I miss you for a second? I'd like to miss you. Isn't that a wild proposition there? Be long enough away from the game that I could go like, I kind of did miss seeing Drew Brees' face on my TV. Saw Drew Brees' face like for 15 straight years on my TV. I kind of missed him for a couple.
That's another guy that just really sucks at broadcasting.
There's a lot of them that are just not good at broadcasting, but they continue to hire them. Now, the ones who end up being good at broadcasting, like they get paid very well, and we hold on to them for dear life. Tony Romo, though, is a weird one, where he was great.
He was good, and real hot out of the chute.
And we really did hold on to him for a while. We made sure he didn't go anywhere. And then now it's like, oh my God, he's been around. Like he's got tenure now.
Yeah.
Like he's a veteran.
Well, we can't get rid of him. He's got tenure.
Has Tony Romo become what he is in the booth, exactly what he was on the field? Came hot out of the chute. We're like
too good to like just outright get rid of. Not good enough to
be elite or a Hall of Famer.
You know what?
Or an MVP.
Yeah.
He kind of has just imitated exactly what he was on the field. Came hot out of the chute. Really good. Firing the ball all over the place. Holy crap. Cowboys are back. We them boys. And then toward the end of his career, it was like, yeah, you could get better than Tony, but you also could get a lot worse than Tony. Like you also could get a lot worse than Tony Romo in terms of quarterback play.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then now it's turned into the broadcast. Like, who's going to Dak Prescott, Tony Romo in the booth? Who's going to be the middling guy that we didn't realize was actually really great at broadcasting? Who's going to come in and take a spot at CBS?
We can probably figure this out.
Do you think?
If you give me like a minute or something.
Can I say this?
Yeah.
And Joey might freak out because he knows the contracts. What if CBS just swooped in and took Greg Olson away from Fox? What if that contract came to an end? I don't know what the contract looks like. And they were like, Greg, you're number one for us now.
There was some. I'm going to get all the details of this wrong, and someone's going to call me an idiot, and that's fine.
Yeah,
there was
okay.
a clause in Greg Olson's contract that if he's not at a certain level, he can. I don't know if it's opt out or.
By the way,
or go somewhere else if he's a higher ranked, if he's like a 1 booth or a number 2 booth, something like. I remember reading that in that whole like, is Greg Olson gonna let Tom Brady sit him in the CNT chair?
That's one guy we didn't bring up. Tom was retired for 3 minutes.
Tom Brady got good by the end of last year.
Yeah.
He got better.
Yeah. Breaking, shocking.
He got better.
Man who has never failed at anything in his life has been given enough leeway to finally get good at things. Who could have seen it coming? We're going to talk about the terrible start he had as the Las Vegas Raiders co-owner, hiring Pete Carroll, and then he's going to make a bunch of good decisions. We go, oh my God, he's a good owner now. Who would have thought? Who would have thought the man who literally has his entire brand is meticulous hard work? That's literally what he's known for. He's known for working super hard, but doing it in the most efficient and meticulous manner you possibly can do it in. Who could have thought that guy was going to get good at broadcasting? Too many people didn't. Too many people thought, wow, get rid of him. I think Greg Olson is absolutely incredible. Kenneth brings up something interesting. Kenneth says, I think Greg Olson has a future in coaching instead of broadcasting. Have you seen these videos, like this kind of YouTube channel he's done where he is like a youth football coach and he's coaching his kids? And
oh, no, but I'll bet he's excellent at it.
He's the head coach. His defensive coordinator is Luke Kuechly. It's him and one of the best linebackers of the 2010s as the head coach and defensive coordinator of the team. Also, too, they had like a funny moment where Luke apparently was getting offers, like actual money to be the head coach for Pee Wee football teams. And Greg Olson had to pay him thousands of dollars in order to keep him around. So, to answer your question, he's phenomenal at it. I've watched a couple of the videos. He's a great coach. And he also, I've seen him in some like podcasting spaces in terms of, I just see clips of him talking about youth sports. And youth sports in general is just something that he's very passionate about. And something that we'll actually kind of have a conversation about today, because there was a whole herd of rules and adjustments that have made by the NCAA today. The transfer portal period, originally 15 days, now 10 days to enter yourself into the transfer portal.
But it's still at January 1st.
They haven't changed like when it happens.
It's still in the middle of the playoff.
They've just made it smaller, which, by the way, like, who cares if it's 5 days? Am I an idiot here? Like, what are they solving by making the portal? Aren't you more likely to fall under the radar if you're shrinking the portal from 15 days to 10 days? I feel like as an athlete, that means I'm more likely to fall under the radar.
Nobody comes fashionably late to the portal.
Well, some people.
It's like, hey, this portal's open. I'm jumping in.
Some people.
Or I'm going to jump in when the portal opens.
But now that you have it in 10 days, it's just like a hodgepodge of like, oh my God, like all these different great players are going to enter in at once. You kind of forget, like, oh, there's a pretty quality wide receiver. I didn't realize he even jumped in the portal. We are obviously going to make some sort of 8-part documentary series on ESPN called the Fall of College Football or something like that, or the something of college sports.
All right, I'll probably watch.
It's going to be a detailing of literally everything we're living through right now. You know, like, hey, if we're good enough at broadcasting, maybe we'll have a quote or two that like gets aggregated and pulled and put in the documentary.
Oh,
I mean, It's an 8-part documentary
Okay.
series. We talk a lot about college sports.
I've had a pull quote used in a movie trailer.
What? You've had a quote of yours used in a movie trailer?
I have, yes.
When did that happen?
Gosh.
Is it like critics are raving around the country and it was your letterbox?
No, it was like a actual review. It's my Twitter header, I think.
Really?
Yeah. I gotta see if it's still my Twitter header. Yeah, it is. Tense, poetic, and effective. Josh Hodson. I don't remember saying those words. I know I said them, but I don't remember saying it.
What movie was this for?
I was afraid of that question because I don't remember.
What
you think I'd remember?
What do you think? Okay, wait. Let's do this.
Okay.
I give you the words tense, poetic, and effective.
Easy for you to say.
Clearly not. I give you those 3 words. And what movie do you immediately think of that would match that description?
No, you see, like no movie
that
anyone who's listening has ever heard of before is going to use a pull quote from me. So it's a movie that like went straight to YouTube or something.
By the way, Josh,
that
doesn't sound like you. Tense, poetic, and effective.
I use smart words when I review movies.
How long ago was that?
I want to say close to 10.
10 years. Wow.
Was
it, you know what? Was it The Chaperone with Triple H?
No, it was not. Talk amongst yourselves. Continue the show. I don't mean to derail the show. I will find it.
I need to know what movie.
By the time
I'll watch that movie and I'll tell you if it's tense, poetic, and effective. What I was saying though with the transfer portal, like we're going to make an 8-part documentary series about college sports and how it's changed, NIL, transfer portal, all this stuff, 5-and-5, and all these different cases, and the video game, and different coaches, Lane Kiffin, blah blah blah. We'll do all that. I need just one singular documentary on the transfer portal. Like great, it'll be an episode in our 8-part documentary series about college sports that they'll eventually make. I just need one full documentary on the transfer portal. I think the transfer portal is fascinating to me, especially when it like the tampering of it all, the agents of it all, the connections of it all. Like, how does your high school recruiting process from a couple of years ago? How does that like affect your transfer portal your transfer portal process, along with like all these guys who have just entered the transfer portal and then a lot of them don't find homes? Like, what's the aftermath? I would love to have a story of a guy like, I entered the portal. I was told this was going to be it. This is what I was going to do. And all of a sudden I didn't have a spot on the football team. It's a heartbreaking story, but I would love like that entire process to me is so fascinating, especially to what it's turned into. Have you found the movie?
I have found the movie. It is called, let me get out of the YouTube there. It sometimes affects the stream audio. I'm sorry. In This Gray Place. It came out in 2019. I will post the trailer from YouTube on my Twitter feed, and you can look at it for yourselves and be amazed.
In this, what is it about the Vinny Del Negro Chicago Bulls? Is that what this is about?
No, it's about a botched bank robbery or something.
Is this about Jeff Fisher's time as the St. Louis Rams head coach?
I would be the definitive voice on this. After a robbery gone wrong, a criminal barricades himself in a rest stop bathroom. Surrounded by police and battling hallucinations, he must stall long enough to devise a plan and hide the jewels he has stolen.
You weren't robbing a Star Market for a box of quarters down in Maldon.
That's right.
You held up a bank at 9 a.m. with assault rifles, and you shot a guard. I hope Connor Happer is proud of me for fully knowing that quote now. By the way, he can't stop. Now that it's like come back up, he can't stop saying it, and it's incredible. Do you know what it is? When Connor Happer says that quote from The Town, to me it's tense, poetic, and effective.
I'm going to send this to Ben Affleck. Maybe they'll, for the re-release or something.
You should just send that quote to every single movie.
See how many places we can get it.
Yes. How many times?
Because it sounds like something that, like, yes, we need this in our trailer.
God, that like captivates the people. People want things that are tense, poetic, and effective. Can you imagine Space Jam 2 and then
tense, poetic, and effective? It was neither of those things. All right, I have tweeted the link to the trailer so you can watch my former glory. I feel like Al Bundy right now.
Sith goes a 4 out of 10 review. LOL.
I gave it 4 out of 5. I like the movie.
4 out of 5. Wow. Do you ever do like 4.2, 4.3?
No, I stick to full stars and half stars. I don't
do the points.
Yeah.
Do you? I used to read the Sun Times at a Sanders Diner growing up in Skokie.
What a life!
so the first thing I would do is I would flip to the back because that's where the sports were. You would read like the story on Tim Jennings and Devin Husker, and then there would be some article about how like Starlin Casker is the future of the Cubs. And then a couple of pages later, you had all the box scores. But in the middle of the Sun-Times, you had the movie reviews, and they were great. And I remember like clear in my like head each star, like it would star every single movie, and it was so beautifully printed. The stars, they were like perfectly printed stars, and then they only did full stars and half stars. And I was like, that's how you review movies. And my dad would go to every 2-star movie on the Sun-Times.
2-star.
My dad loved bad movies. That was his bit. That was his gimmick. He kind of worked himself into a shoot when it came to liking bad movies. Like it became what Dad was known for. And so really, and I don't know who the Sun-Times writer was at the Times. He hated action movies. Whomever was writing these reviews, they just hated movies that had zero plot and it was all about the action. And that was my dad's favorite type of movie. And so we would just do that. We'd just go to all the Expendables movies, really. Andy goes, Matt would rather read the reviews than go to the movies.
To you, I bet that feels more efficient.
I have read plots of movies to make conversations before. Mike Schaefer
I know people that
flip out.
I know people that are like too scared to go to horror movies, but they have FOMO and they're like, I don't really want to, like, everybody's talking about this horror movie. I got to know so they read the wiki plot. So they feel like they've seen the movie. They can engage in conversations so they don't feel left out, but they're far too scared to go.
I wasn't watching a horror movie yesterday. I was watching a movie, but there was a scary part.
Memento?
No, I was watching Across the Spider-Verse.
Okay.
And there was like a scary part in the Spider-Verse that I didn't like how it made me feel tense, that I just skipped it. I just like, I'm going to skip the 7 minutes of the movie. That's how much I hate horror movies. Like I'm even willing to skip the not even the like half scary parts on regular movies. Cause I'm like, I just don't want to feel this way. I don't want to be, I don't like being thrilled or tensed up like that. Just not my cup of tea. So for those people who don't like scary movies, but they feel like out of FOMO, they have to go to scary movies, those people are crazy. Your FOMO can't be that bad that you're forcing yourself into that situation.
Just reading the wiki, you're done in 3 minutes, and then you don't have to be scared.
Skibbs goes, tense, poetic, and effective. McMaster on the Spider-Verse. Honestly, yeah. I mean, for real. We'll talk a lot of sports today. It was a fun movie intro to the show. We'll talk about Rick Mass. We'll talk about Sam Hoiberg. We'll talk about the different rules in college football. We'll touch really quickly on a crazy-ass story that I read yesterday that has to do with a very notable football player for a team that is trying to be good in the NFC this year. What is the most important game this season for Nebraska football? What is the one game that you can look right now on the calendar and say, wow, that's like, no matter how you slice it, that is going to be not just massive. That's going to be the biggest game. It's going to more importantly, tell the story of their season. I have two options. I think one option is logical, and I think one option is emotional. I think if you were to really look through the schedule and say, hey, what is the turning point game where it's like, depending on the result, you're going to know what this team really is and what they look like and what the rest of the season is going to be. I think there is one logical game. And then there is one game where people are like, no, we have to win this one. We have to win this one. We'll talk about that. We'll continue to make fun of Brian Kelly on TV. And we continue our fun little college football series. Are you buying, selling, holding, or betting on these teams? We've done 4 teams so far. We've done 4 opponents of Nebraska football: Michigan State, Maryland. We've also done Illinois and Washington. Today, we are not going to do Nebraska football opponents. Okay, we're going to switch it up a little bit.
Keep you on your toes.
A little bit. We like keeping people on our toes here at Middays with Matt.
We like when it's tense, poetic, and effective.
And that's what our review of BYU and Virginia Tech is going to be today.
Oh, the Cookie Man.
BYU, yes, the Crumble Cookie people. We'll talk about the Crumble Cookie people. And after getting their butts whooped by Texas Tech twice last season, to the point where that single-handedly kept them out of the college football playoff. Will the Cougars come back and win the Big 12, especially now that Brendan Sorsby not going to be playing quarterback for Texas Tech and Virginia Tech? James Franklin in Blacksburg, Virginia, a place that, I mean, he really made his recruiting home there, if we're being honest.
His bones.
He dominated Virginia at his time at Penn State. He is now the Hokie head coach. Will his first year start with a big bang, or will he just have kind of a regular old transition year? And before he gets his guys in really to Virginia Tech, before he gets them going, we'll talk about that all here on Middays with Matt. Don't forget to call in 402-951-1620, the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. Also, email into the Equitable Bank Zone inbox. Equitable Bank, they take banking person. They always pick up on the first ring. Matt at 1620 The Zone, Josh O at 1620 The Zone. And don't forget to tweet at us at the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed. Steve Sipple coming up here in 10 minutes. We'll also have This Week in Women's History at 12:45. And then Andy Kendeigh of KETV will join us at 1:20. All coming up next year on MWM.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Much like the words that Josh Odson uses to describe movies he watches, tense, poetic, and effective would be a great way to describe our next guest, Stephen M. Sipple from Husker Online and On3. Sip, how are you?
How does Josh describe movies?
Well, he had a movie, so he writes reviews for movies, Sip, and so he wrote a review for a movie, and it ended up on one of their trailers, and his quote was, "It was tense, poetic, and effective."
Wait a second. No kidding.
Yeah, isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty. Josh is actually a pretty decently known movie reviewer and has his own website and whatnot for all that stuff.
You got to be kidding.
I'm not kidding you at all.
I'd like to see that website. Send me that link.
I'll send you the link to that website. He's actually a savant when it comes to watching movies. He's done it his entire life, and his reviews are quite good, Steve. He also, do you follow him on Twitter? He often posts his reviews on Twitter. You should.
No, I need to do this.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll set you up with it. Is it through a paywall, Josh? I believe it's free, correct?
Free for all.
Free for all. Free for everyone to read. So I'll send you that.
Steve, if you want to give me a couple of shekels, I will take them.
What did you think of A Perfect World with Kevin Costner?
Have you seen the movie?
I have not seen A Perfect World with Clint Eastwood. Oh, I'm not familiar with this movie, Sipple.
That's really good. You should check it out.
Do you have another movie that you would like to hear his thoughts on?
Leaving Las Vegas.
Terrific movie.
Yes, Elizabeth Shue. Yeah, good job. Yeah, I got the right movie there, the right title. Sometimes I'll botch a title. How about? Oh, I'm trying to think of some Harrelson movies. Let's keep it at that. God, Josh, I'm really intrigued by this. We'll talk more about it.
Okay. You two will be in contact when it comes to movies. Do you like Moneyball, Steve? That's my favorite movie.
No. I mean, I don't like sports movies. I generally don't like them because they're not realistic enough.
Okay, good to know. What do you think of The Notebook?
Never saw it.
Steel Magnolia?
Never saw it. I haven't seen.
So you don't like dramatic movies either. What type of movies do you like, Steve?
I mean, the two I named are generally, I don't know, dark a little bit, like intense.
Mm-hmm.
I don't watch a lot of movies, but I like movies.
Yes,
I'm very, very particular. I can be 8 minutes into a movie and say, I ain't doing this. You know,
you like what you like. You're very passionate about what you like. I appreciate it. We actually, funny enough, on Tuesday, we do a thing called Top 10 Tuesday where we do a top 10 of our just whatever. It's Josh picks the topic and then we do a top 10. We did top 10 movie trilogies this Tuesday. Do you have a favorite movie trilogy you can think off the top of your head?
No.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I don't do that. I don't do that a lot. Like I said, I don't watch a lot of movies.
Sure.
I'm trying to think of anything recent. How about the movie? What's it called? God dang it! I'll think of it. We'll do this next week.
All right, we'll do it next week. Yep. You wrote a great article this week, my friend. We did a whole subject on it here on the show, so we appreciate your writing about de-recruitment with Mike Farrell. Can you just describe to me, having that conversation with him, hearing him talk about kind of that path in terms of you build the kid up to then kind of tear him down, and maybe that's a lack of a better term, but you tell him how great he is as a player in order to get him to commit to you, and then when he starts practicing on your team, then you kind of have to be tougher on him and go ahead and put him through the grind, and now how that's become more difficult because of the transfer portal's existence. How was that conversation, and what were your just kind of main takeaways from it?
Okay, here's what happened. I was listening to Mike Farrell, and Rick Neuheisel talk about it on the show, Full Ride, and I was listening to Neuheisel talk about the subject obviously interesting because he was a high-level quarterback and a high-level coach. So, and then Farrell, from his perspective, as a, he was the godfather of recruiting in that world, that Rivals.com type world. He became known as the godfather of recruiting. Now he's out. He's out of that business. He's been out of that business for 4 years, and he's always very opinionated. So it was interesting hearing those guys talk about it. And I thought, God, he's talking about de-recruiting 5-star guys. And I mean, Dylan Raiola was a 5-star guy. Now they're bringing in a 5-star guy. It just made sense to kind of call and see if he would expand on it, because they didn't expand on it greatly. And he did. He was willing to expand on it. It's from another time, and that's kind of the essence of the conversation. It's not, you can't do it quite as much now with everybody, but the point I'd make is with some guys you can still. Like I think with Trey Taylor, and I've since talked to his dad about it. His dad called me about the column, J.R. Taylor, and his point was you can coach Trey hard and humble it. Not that he needs it, but you can do it, and they kind of expect it. And Farrell did make mention that there are still guys that react well to it. So, but yeah, you got the essence of it. You just kind of do everything once that kid gets to campus that you didn't do while you were recruiting him, or tell him things that you wouldn't have told him. So it's pretty, I don't know. I never really thought about it too much till I was listening to him.
Do you think that de-recruitment process is a lesson that Nebraska might have learned with how things went with Dylan?
I think there were lessons that I hope they learned. I'm not sure about that part of it, coaching Dylan hard, etc. How did Dylan take it? It's hard to know exactly. You hear mixed reports on that. But as far as lessons, oh God, yeah, I think there's lessons.
What's the top one? What's the top one that comes to mind?
I mean, just a broad stroke is don't hand him keys to the palace. And we all did it. I mean, not necessarily. I don't know.
Well, I mean, you're right. We all did it. We all got excited about him, but we all got excited about him because of the keys they handed him. It wasn't like they were tempering any of that.
I don't know. I mean, it wasn't like I don't want to divorce. I don't want to not take responsibility for this. Is what I'm saying.
I'm right there with
you. Because when he committed in December of 2023?
Yes.
It was nobody was expressing any degree of apprehension. I mean, it was all, here we go. This is going to be great, and this is what's needed, and etc. So, now as far as specifics go, and I always hesitate to go this direction because I wasn't saying anything in real time. Like leading them out of the tunnel as a freshman. Maybe that was, and I wish maybe I would have expressed some level of, we should kind of cool it on this type of stuff. But in real time, it's hard to do that because you're kind of hopeful that it's going to work and all that. Like Dylan having his own separate press conference. I think it's on Mondays. Yeah, Mondays that they would have the guys, all the players, not all the players, but a select bunch of players available. And there would be, 4 or 5 guys available. Then you'd have to wait another hour for Dylan. It's things like that. You have to wait. Guys, the media would have to sit there and wait for Dylan because that media session didn't fit his schedule. I never waited because I had to write real fast and
yeah.
But I know that was a kind of I don't know. I think it kind of bothered people a little bit. And I always felt it was kind of odd to do it that way. But again, I didn't say anything in real time because it really didn't affect me.
Sure.
But things like that. There's things like that. And, I don't know. You kind of wonder about the shape he was in a little bit, and like how do there's
There's a lot
lanes
of.
that go
I
around
think
the
wonder.
map.
I think wonder's a nice way of putting it, Steve.
Yeah, I mean, and that's obviously the player is culpable, but also that's I think he probably was a teenager at the time, and they need to be guided. I don't know. There just seems like a lot of stuff. When you look at it now, you'd say they can do better with this next guy.
I just think they and feel free to disagree with this opinion. I just think that they got so enamored with the idea that a 5-star quarterback committed to them that they overplayed their hand and thought they needed to give him everything. They needed to give him everything possible. And in doing that, they made themselves, kind of vulnerable to what he wanted, and at times it felt like, he might have had maybe a little bit too much leeway because of initially how enamored they were with the fact that he committed to them.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I don't totally disagree. Now, the one thing,
and by the way, it's not just him; it's everything surrounding him as well.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that at all. That the one thing in Nebraska's favor in this conversation is they didn't necessarily hand him the job. They waited till pretty deep into camp, August camp. So there's that. And I don't know, these are tricky conversations because there's two entities. There's Nebraska and then there's Raiola. And so how much, there's some push and pull on all these conversations. And it's hard to know exactly what it looked like, except I know, I think his dad would say, I wish it was a little bit more stringent for him. I wish there was a more kind of demanding way to get, just a little bit more, I guess is the way I'd say it. Again, these are all things you learn, but I think you're exactly right. I think there was here we are, and we got this 5-star, and he's a legacy, and it just all looks so magical. But we've now discovered that like with Frost, now with the Raiola, it's really a tricky, sticky wicket you get into. It's really, this is not what you wanted. You didn't ask me about this, but my biggest issue with all this is how we lavish these people with praise coming in. And then when it doesn't work, they're done. They're not even welcome. They're not even welcome. It's really rough territory here. It's just really rough,
Yeah, I think it's tricky waters to navigate, and especially to talk about in terms of Nebraska's fandom's relationship with notable legacies, and how you're right, you come in because of what you've done in the past in a completely different situation. The expectations for you are so high and it's so exciting, even though you're not doing what you were doing. You know what I'm saying? Like everyone's so excited for what Scott Frost could be, and it stems from what he did as a quarterback, but not necessarily what he did as the coach of Nebraska. Right.
Right.
And so and you can relate it to, Trev too, right? In terms of how much praise he got and how a lot of people were riding his bandwagon in terms of the things that he was doing. And then the stadium project thing kind of put a halt into that a little bit in terms of his praise. And then he was gone. And then now it's like this kind of rivalry with Texas A&M, and it doesn't stop because it seems like Nebraska keeps playing them in every single sport.
Oh, and he's unwelcome. It's stunning. It's startling how it turned. Those three come to mind above all to me: Frost, the Raiolas, and Trev. The boos that you heard for Trev from the Nebraska fans in Houston were blood curdling boos. It was as caustic and bloodthirsty a boos as you'll ever hear. When Trev got up from the table, Nebraska was going to play. Texas A&M was playing Houston. Trev got up, there's thousands of Nebraska fans, and it was not like a smattering of boos. It was as lusty. It was as lusty as you'll ever hear.
Yeah.
So, and that's what you get. I mean, it's very interesting to me.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation to have because I think there's an argument to be made about what you're talking about, like the expectations that comes with being a legacy. And then I also think there's an argument to be made of maybe this is more of a case by case basis, in terms of there are plenty of people who come back to Nebraska who have some sort of success, or there are plenty of kids of parents, who end up going to Nebraska and have some sort of success.
No doubt about it. It's an incredibly passionate fan base.
It is.
And it doesn't always, I mean, sometimes that passion's not always directed in a positive way, nor should it. Passion's passion. So,
sure.
Yeah, it's sort of a direct, it's just part of that. But man, it's rough waters,
Yeah. And do you, I mean, it's one of those things though, where I don't think that like Trey, and relating this back to the Trey Taylor conversation, like I don't think Trey has like an advantage or a disadvantage from not being a legacy. Like I don't think that plays into anything for him. I think it's just simply if the kid goes and plays and he's great, and I don't think it matters, what his last name was and whether or not he has any ties to Nebraska.
I don't know. I'm not going to make that prediction right now. I think you're probably right. I don't know. I don't know.
Because if he's bad equally, like let's just say the kid comes out and he doesn't accomplish what we think he will accomplish, people will still be upset at him regardless of what his last name is, And like if I think this fan base, I think it might get a little bit more amplified when it's a legacy. But if you fail them, or if the fan base feels like you turn your back on them, like they feel like Trev did, and people feel that way, I think you're going to get boos regardless. I think the legacy, it's an interesting conversation to have, and maybe it's an article worth writing, Sip. Like I think it's a very interesting topic that you seriously.
It's hard to write.
Well, it's very hard to write, but it's just something that is very unique. Like it's only a couple of fan bases, who are super passionate about certain sports, can have that type of caveat in terms of, well, he's one of us, like that's not a commonality between all of the, fan bases in college football or college sports in general. There definitely are those who exist out there, like Penn State, right? This entire Penn State hiring process, it was all about getting a Paterno guy, like that exists, outside of Nebraska. But I think it'd be an interesting or an interesting subject to dive into because it's interesting to people here.
Yeah, it is.
It's interesting. It's fascinating to me as somebody who's on the outside of all this stuff, who's on the outside of growing up here, who grew up somewhere else and then has been indoctrinated into all this stuff. Like it's fascinating to me.
Well, I just know that I feel very optimistic about Trey Taylor. I think Nebraska's done a marvelous job throughout the recruiting process. I mean, it's been a legit recruiting process that got him here. A lot of it is because of they were in early and have done a good job of maintaining a relationship, and Rule's been huge in that. And so, I mean, Nebraska once again is going to go forward with a 5-star, and that puts you in a good position. So let's just see what happens from there.
Real quick, last question from Steve Sipple, Husker Online and On 3. They don't have any pelts on the wall to really point at in terms of quarterback development when it comes to cases here at Nebraska, yet they still get top quarterbacks, and that's not even including Taylor. That's including TJ Lateef and Danny Kaelin, 2 4-star guys, and then a top transfer portal recruit in Anthony Calandria. Despite the fact that they don't have, a draft pick to point at or an all Big Ten quarterback to point at, what do you think makes this team so effective at recruiting the quarterback position?
Well, I mean, I think that Dana, you point to Dana a little bit. I mean, Dana's had a good run of quarterbacks. Not crazy good, but good. And good, he's known as an offensive coach. You have to it's a good question, and I don't think you can throw a blanket over it. I know like I've talked to J.R. Taylor about it, and he would tell you. I don't know why I haven't written this, but I mean, he said there during the recruiting process, or now these quarterbacks, these high-level quarterbacks, for instance, the ones that were in the Elite 11 competition in California, would tell him, you know, you're lucky. I mean, we looked at Nebraska closely too. I'm not going to say names, but he said the top guys that were there. There's several of them that expressed, yeah, we were looking closely. You guys, yeah. So they're doing something right.
Wow.
I mean, come on, Nebraska still, as a program, offers a lot.
Oh,
I mean, the winning isn't what you want. I'm not saying they're not winning, because they're winning. Not as much as the fans want, or not much as the media, etc. But they are winning to a degree. They're not. It's not a horrifyingly bad program. This is 1 in 10, 1 in 11 we're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing is they do present quite a product. I go over to the camps. I see it. It's impressive what they do. The Osborne complex is extremely impressive.
Mm-hmm.
The operation it's a well-run operation, the recruiting operation. There's no way that you're getting the guys they get if it's not organized, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's not being led by I'd say Rule does a magnificent job in a lot of ways in that realm. He's present, you know, he's very present. That's one thing that you don't always see with head coaches. He's there, for instance, at the big man camp at 8 a.m. and then he's eating with he's with the recruits' parents until all hours of the night. He's putting in a lot of hours on that, and it's, you know what, they got a good class right now.
That and, like, you know, he's just a really good recruiter. Like, your head coach is just he's a very, very good recruiter, and maybe arguably more importantly, he's got some guys on his assistant coaching staff that are finding their stride as recruiters. You know, like EJ Barthel has picked it up this cycle. Like he's had a great 2027, and he's gotten them in places that they weren't previously. Addison Williams is killing it in the defensive backfield and has really made his mark in kind of that Florida area. And then on top of that, I mean, Jeep using his connections at Georgia Tech to go and get Katie Jones and Agbanama, and also parlay that into Joey Hunter, the tight end. Like they're kind of clicking right now, and they're trending to get 2 more guys too in the next couple of days. So it's impressive stuff what they've been able to do on the recruiting trail, even without all of the results that other teams they're getting these commitments from are receiving. So appreciate you, Sip. Talk to you soon.
Okay, take care.
A wide-ranging interview with Stephen M. Sipple.
Really went a lot of places.
He was on one today.
He was.
And
I don't think, audience, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we heard the seatbelt.
No, but he did at one point accidentally hit the number with his cheek.
Yes.
That did occur. We got one of those. What did he call the conversation about legacies? He used one of the more interesting adjectives I
don't recall.
It was like, something murky, or he was some weird word I haven't heard.
You know, Schaefer wants to do crossover bingo with you. You got to start with Sipple interview bingo.
Okay, one of the spaces we would not have hit today, but typically he hangs up and he is really emotional. He's like, "Oh, I love this. Yeah, this is great."
Yes. Or an emotional goodbye.
Or appreciate you, guys. God bless. You know, like that's he'll hit us with that.
Thrilled with the convo.
Yeah. Sip also, what would be on Sipple's bingo card would be gets distracted out of nowhere. You know, there's a bunch of ducks over there.
Yeah.
You know, or I just passed up this. The trees here right now, they're really blooming. That and there's
a plumber at the door. That happened once when we were with Connor.
What was the one time where he was in like a stairwell and he was in an office and he had to walk around the office to find, you know, an area to have a proper conversation with?
Mm-hmm.
The car going off would be one square. Him just going on a walk with his dog would be great. And then the word, that's interesting. That is so interesting. He was fired. Are you going to text him, by the way, your link to your movies?
I don't know. He's like a real writer. I just write when I have time,
Josh,
and that's
Josh,
not as often as I'd like.
Josh,
Yeah,
you're a good writer. Josh, you're a good writer.
Objectively, I don't think I suck.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Don't do this, man.
It's not your fault.
Don't do this to me, man.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault. Oh, you should have seen her. I mean,
have you seen Good Will Hunting, or did you TikTok?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Oh, it's Damon. It's Damon, of course. Yeah.
You missed missed Pudge Fix home run for some girl. Oh, you should have seen her. Oh, she was beautiful. I gotta go see about a girl. Your buddies let you get away with that? Oh, you gotta go see about a girl. Who are these friends of yours? I've quoted it with Happer before too, where Happer was one time telling me that he wants me to live my life to the fullest more because he doesn't have the years that I have in terms of being in my 20s. And I told him I feel like this is a real Affleck Damon moment where I go, yeah, because I owe it to myself. And Happer goes, no, screw you. You don't owe it to you. You owe it to me. Because 10 years, I'm going to blink my eyes and I'm going to have 2 more kids and a bigger house. You got to live. So there you go. Good Will Hunting in the eyes of 1620 The Zone. In the eyes of 1620 The Zone, there are 2 games that are probably the most logical / emotional games of the Nebraska football season. Let's talk about them. Coming up next here on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Popcorn day today.
Surprise Thursday popcorn.
Dude.
It was wild.
I smelled it. I was like, this is going to be awesome. Also, too, it's nice and it's not too hot, but it's nice and warm. They salted it pretty good, though.
Yeah.
Could we invest in a butter machine at the office?
A butter machine.
And a little butter machine. Like an itty bitty baby butter machine where you can put some butter on your popcorn.
I can make some calls.
How many calls would you what's the max amount of calls you would make before you give up?
2, maybe 3 if I thought I was close.
If you were hot on the trail.
Yeah.
Okay. I will take that.
Good question.
Big clock and butter machine. Joey, make a graphic.
I will add a butter machine to the big clock graphics. Yes. I will get big clock for the new studio that's definitely happening. It seems like they're working in there actually right now.
They're vacuuming right now. And, unless
Joey's producer quarters have never looked better.
We're going to put Joey in that corner.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to put him in that booth. And I'm going to tell you right now, Joey's going to love it. Joey's going to love that little. Can you imagine all the graphics Joey can make in his
cozy,
own little booth?
Mm-hmm.
What we should do is we should have Joey make his graphics and then print out his graphics. And then every time he makes a new one, he just hangs it up in his producer booth. And then you can look at the wall of Joey. It's a big walls in there too. We got a lot of space. It'll be like, I have never been to a bar that has taped up dollars and it's been bad.
Oh, yes. Good.
I have never been to a bar where it's just a bunch of taped ones to the wall. And I've been disappointed. Actually, I remember I knew somebody who their family owned a place like that where they would tape the dollars up to the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know the legality of it, but what they told me is that when they sold the place, they took down all the dollars. And the ones that they were able to salvage, they ended up having $13,000.
Hey.
In one, because it was a big place, obviously. And it was just ones on ones on ones on ones taped up everywhere. And it's just like, what do you do with that? Do you go to the Spearmint Rhino with LaMelo and Anthony Edwards? But that's a good one. Real quick, LaMelo Ball got traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves
for a greater haul than Giannis.
Makes no sense.
Yeah,
makes zero sense. There is no such thing as a market in the NBA. The notification came up yesterday while I was at softball, while I was nursing my food baby, which, by the way, what a great dinner. I can't stop thinking about it. And I read the article and it was like, they are taking aggressive offers. Like there are offers that are way more aggressive than they thought. And it was just basically communicating they're getting their socks blown off right now by how much people want LaMelo Ball. And they gave him up. They were like, all right, cool. We'll take 3 first-round pick swaps, a 2033 draft pick, and some decent. Nas Reed ain't nothing. I do think, though, this is indicative of Jalen Brunson winning the NBA title, that, the cost of some of these guards have gone up and the interest in getting them have gone up. I think Minnesota made a big mistake when they traded Karl Anthony Towns. I think they had the idea, we're going to make a Cats team and we're going to build a supporting group around Ant, and we don't need Cat. And I think they quickly realized, you still need kind of another guy next to him. It'll be interesting to see how invested LaMelo Ball is into playing winning basketball now. I think he knew at Charlotte they weren't really going anywhere, and he kind of played foolishly. I wonder now that he's going to be on a winning team, does he lock in? It'll be like the first winning team that LaMelo Ball has been on since Chino Hills High School. So it'll be fascinating to see. Let's have a conversation here about Nebraska football real quick. I've been looking through the schedule more and more when it comes to the football team, just kind of prepping myself for this season, this year, kind of pinpointing, all right, these are some big weeks. Michael does an incredible job, very early on, being all right, what teams are coming off buys and what teams will Nebraska have buys for? But more importantly, Who is the other team that Nebraska is playing? Like, who are they playing before they play Nebraska? And does that factor at all, right? Typically, if you have a team that is playing a really, really tough game the week before, you feel better about your chances against that team because you think, oh, maybe they'll be beat up. So I've been just kind of going through the schedule and doing some of these things. And I've determined that I think there is one game that I would call the most important right now this season. And I think there are really two games that people would call the most important. My game that I'm going to call the most important is the logical one. And then
all right,
the other one would be
I don't quite know what you mean by that.
Would be the emotional one. Okay? Because obviously playing Oregon, Ohio State, and Indiana are all very important games. But you're going to be double-digit underdogs in all those games to the point where it's like, we've kind of already marked. Let's just be real. Nebraska, in a lot of people's minds already, are 3-3. Before the season has even started.
3-3?
They have beaten Ohio, Bowling Green, and North Dakota.
Oh, okay.
And they have lost to Ohio State, Indiana, and Oregon. And until otherwise, that's kind of how the season is played out. Okay, and then I'm just telling you how fans and media look at a season, right? So to me, like, Nebraska's already, more than likely they're going to beat the first three teams they play this season, and more than likely they're going to lose to those three teams in Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. So you have now 6 other games that are the real ones where it's like, this is where you determine your season. This is where we talk about, did they make a jump? Did they stay stagnant, or did they take a step back? Right? That's kind of what this middle of the season is. Did you beat the teams that you're going to be favored against? Rutgers, Maryland, Michigan State. And how did you do against the teams that you're going to be closer spread against in terms of Washington, Illinois, and Iowa? And so looking at the season from that lens, and then looking at the season from the schedule, that Illinois game on November 7th is going to be, like, I think that will kind of tell you the story of the season. Before that game, they are going to play Indiana, Oregon, and Washington. They could be 0-3 heading into that game, going on the road to play in Champaign, a place where they had gone on the road in the past, back in 2023, on a Friday, on a night game, and beat Illinois before in Champaign with a much worse team than they had this year. If they win that game after going 1-2 against Indiana, Oregon, and Washington, or if they win that game after going 0-3 against those three teams, that thing flips a switch, right? You're like, okay, hey, we had a tough 3-week stretch. We played the toughest part of our schedule. Indiana, Oregon, Washington, those three teams, they could potentially all be in the college football playoff. That's tough sliding, especially considering the fact they had to go all the way out to Eugene. We knew that was going to be rough, but you know what? We went to Champaign. We played an Illinois team that definitely is not as good this year as they were last year. We handled business. We won on a Friday, national television. Now we have momentum heading into another road game against Rutgers in Piscataway, New Jersey. You win that game and you go, all right, man, like, okay. Like, we took some punches. We rolled with it, but we know we're a good team. We just beat a well-run program on the road. Heck yeah. You lose that game, though, and you're probably coming off of a 1-3, 0-4 stretch after hopefully having a good start to the season. And now, I know that it's not the toughest opponent, but now you got to go on the road to New Jersey to play Rutgers. I don't think that's an easy ask, and I don't think that's an easy team in Rutgers in terms of how they play, the toughness they play with, the physicality they play with, the willingness to just pound the ball over and over and over again, especially with some of the weaknesses on this football team. Heading into that Rutgers game with zero to little momentum on the road is not a good thing. And then after playing that game, and whatever the result may be, the result is, then you play Ohio State and Iowa to end the season. That Illinois game to me is like the middle of the season turning point. You win that game and you have that momentum heading into the back half of your schedule. You win that game in November, a month that they have been awful in under Matt Rule. You kick off your November with a road win against the Illini that can lead to another road win against Rutgers, and you have that confidence, and you are literally staring the potential of 8 to 9 wins down the barrel. That's a big deal, man. That's something that we haven't seen here in quite a while. You lose that game, and what are you staring down the barrel? Another terrible November, another disappointing end to the season, and another year that ends with 6 or 7 wins. That Illinois game, to me, will tell the story of the season.
It's so weird that the just the way the schedule breaks for Nebraska, that they're in this weird holding pattern until the final month of the season.
They really are. But that's what happens, Josh, when you schedule easy cupcake non-con games. That's what happens when you begin your year off with Ohio, Bowling Green, and North Dakota.
I mean, I guess if you lay an egg against Michigan State or Maryland, it kind of increases the intensity for that final month. But I mean, there's really, God, what are you going to learn about this team before November?
Hold that thought.
Oh.
Hold it. Hold that thought and hold that prompt.
Diamond strong hands.
We got more to talk about when it comes to the schedule, and that is a phenomenal question. We're going to answer that question after the odd news here at 11:45 on Middays with Matt.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
Josh, what we got?
Well, we begin at Subway.
You know what? I haven't had Subway in a long time.
You missing it?
I might have today now.
Okay.
Low key. Like, Subway underrated? Has Subway become underrated over the last couple of years?
Ooh, look, I believe you and I are in the minority when we say yes.
I think we are, but I believe it completely.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Peterson couldn't disagree more with me. I love the smell of a Subway.
I do too.
It's one of my top 5 favorite. Okay, I can't do that.
There's lots of better sandwiches out there, but
I got to stop doing that where everything becomes a top 5 and
Mhm.
everything becomes a top 10. Schaefer was right. I don't need to rank everything. One of my favorite smells. I don't know if it's 3 or 6 or 7 on my list, but Subway's incredible. And their bread has gotten better. I've gotten a little annoyed. Are we sponsored in any way by Dunkin' Donuts?
I don't think so.
Okay, I don't want to disparage the sponsor. I don't think we are. The Long Johns, when I was 10, used to be way bigger. Used to be way bigger Long Johns.
Yeah.
And now they just keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And now they're just kind of like more of like a stroopwafel, than anything. But anyway, let's get to the odd news. We're at a Subway.
A customer has struck a Subway worker in the face after complaining that his sandwich bread was stale, has pled guilty, and has been sentenced for attacking the teenage victim. 43-year-old Roy McIntosh last week copped to a misdemeanor battery charge in connection with the April incident at a Subway in Wildwood, Florida.
This was in Florida.
A year's probation, $860 fine, and 20 hours of community service for hitting an 18-year-old with a loaf of bread.
What a weirdo.
Yeah.
What a real, not surprising at all that this took place in the state of Florida. Also, too, like, what are you trying to prove hitting him with the stale bread? How stale it was?
That'll show him.
It kind of reminds me of the Hunger Games where PETA, like his mom, like gets pissed at him and just throws bread at him in the movie. That's a pretty crappy way to discipline people, by throwing yeast at people.
So we move on to Laurel County. Not sure where that is. Kentucky. Okay. 2 Kentuckians facing felony charges after a search of their car turned up narcotics. Police found the narcotics in a bag that says, "Definitely not a bag full of drugs," and definitely was spelled wrong, for the record. DEFFNTELY.
Yeah.
Not even close, really. Trisha and Damon, no relation, were collared by a Laurel County Sheriff's Office detective who looked into their parked car and spotted a plastic baggie which contained suspected narcotics. Oh, and yep, the bag full of drugs contained a bag full of drugs, believe it or not.
Obviously, don't do drugs.
Good take, Matt.
That's still hysterical. There's no way being around that bush. That is funny.
It is.
Also, too, the funny them thing like, hey dude, how funny would it be if we put all these drugs and we wrote definitely not drugs and we wrote definitely wrong? Like, that's a great bit. Just for them to get caught makes it better.
Final story in Florida. 84-year-old woman fired a gunshot as her neighbor was cutting the grass. Charlene Davis, charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, a felony, and discharging a firearm on residential property. Around 8:15, she fired a gun at her neighbor for mowing his lawn too late at night. Again, this was at 8:15.
Don't fire your gun at people.
Another great take by you, Matt.
I have so many great takes today. 8:15 is pushing it a little bit, though. I'm sorry. Am I in the minority here? 8:15 p.m. pushing a little bit on the lawnmower?
A little bit, but still plenty of light out.
That is great. Great point, Josh. I'm still in the idea that
Mm-hmm.
every day goes by and it's 8:20 and there's still sunlight and I'm shocked. And I'm shocked like to know less. Like every day I'm still the same amount of shock that there is light out at 8:15.
The report states the neighbor is heard on a Ring doorbell camera asking, "What are you doing?" The lady replied, "I'm trying to tell you, you're waking us up. You better watch out."
And then she fired a gun at him?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's incredible. Well, not incredible. It's terrible. 8:15 though. Can we be real? J-Man goes 8 to 9 should be clear to Mo. People are trying to sleep regardless of how much light there is outside.
Yeah, you can't. I mean,
what would the Mo cutoff be at your HOA, Josh Hodson? If you were running,
I feel like
HOA?
9 right now. We're in that 3 weeks where sundown is 9 o'clock here. Like, yeah,
Josh Hodson seems like an HOA's worst nightmare.
Oh yeah,
you would be rebellious to the
not
HOA.
even things I want to my house, just things I know the HOA won't allow.
You just be trying to poke holes in everything that they do.
I bought the house; it's my house.
I don't. Someone needs to explain to me what HOAs are and how much power they have. Because as someone who doesn't own a house, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But anyway, let's continue to talk about something that does make a lot of sense. A great question asked by Josh Hodson about Nebraska football coming up next here on MWM.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Soul.
I was reading an article about West Virginia football. Just checking in on our friend Ren.
love West Virginia.
I mean, come on, Ren's got my heart. You'll be on. How about Wacky Guess Wednesday with Ren Baker?
Oh, that would be a good get, actually.
I mean, that would be perfect. And he might actually say yes. He'd be like, hey, you know that like kid that he talked to in the press box at the College World Series who was kind of funny but really wanted to learn about Ben McCollum and his career? He'd like to interview you. I'm reading about West Virginia right now, and it was a good article until Rich Rodriguez started giving his opinion on how we should pay players in college sports and Congress and everything like that, and I immediately tuned out. But I got to this part. Rodriguez told On3 that Pat McAfee has been a big player in upping the program's NIL funds.
Sure.
Rodriguez said, quote, I went out to Omaha with Pat.
Whoa.
And they had that one bar that was trying to have a competition for Jell-O shots or whatever. Rodriguez said.
Was that a quote in the article?
Yeah, this is a quote.
Okay.
I went out to Omaha with Pat, and they had that one bar who was trying to have the competition with Jell-O shots or whatever, Rodriguez said. And I stood by Pat's side the whole time so we wouldn't write a check for them. I was trying to get him to write a check for us. I was hung out at the bar with him for 2 hours just to convince him. I said, hey, listen, I know the Jell-O shot thing might be fun, but I needed a 3 technique. That's Rocco should put that on their wall.
Just paint one side of the wall with that whole quote.
Not the whole quote. The one that says that one place that does the Jell-O shot competition or whatever. That's almost as good as poetic, intense, and effective.
Intense, poetic, and effective.
I knew I missed that. Dang it. Josh, have you been holding what I've been asking you to hold for the last half an hour?
Diamond strong hands, buddy.
You want to give it back to me, please? Can I get my topic back, please?
Here we go.
Just pass the topic over. Just pass the topic.
Damn it.
No, I know it's a big topic. I know.
There we
go.
go.
All right.
There you go.
All right, I got it. All right. Here's what. Okay, great topic. Here's our topic. Josh Otson said, "What will we know about Nebraska football before November?" The reason why I had you hold on to this, Josh, is I had to think about it just a little bit because it's a phenomenal question.
Thank you.
I have a couple of answers for you. So before November, Nebraska will have played their 3 non-con games against tomato cans: Michigan State, Maryland, Indiana, Oregon, and Washington. Okay? What will we know about Nebraska football until they play Illinois, Rutgers, Ohio State, and Iowa? Here's the number one thing I thought of. We will know how Anthony Calandria plays against good teams and how he plays against bad teams. Now, there's a difference, okay? Because you could answer that blanketly and say, oh, we're going to find out how good Anthony Calandria is. But I think there's a difference between knowing how good a player is and also the comparison of like, how did they play bad teams as a front runner and how do they play teams when they're an underdog and they're scrapping and they have to play up the competition. I think I would say that if you had a quarterback that was a Heisman Trophy candidate against bad teams, but he was just bad against good teams, I don't know if I would necessarily call him a good quarterback. I think I would just say that he's good against the bad teams. He's bad against the good teams. And that is what it is. And that's not necessarily a quarterback that I would want. So I think that we will know how good or how varying Anthony Calandria's performances are before we get to November. I think we'll also know what the running back room looks like and how effective that is. I think we'll know how effective the run game is. I think we'll know how Calandria varies between playing good teams and bad teams. Unfortunately, though, how much are we really going to know about the run defense before we get to November? You're not really playing any of the pound the rock teams before you get to November. Illinois is a pound the rock team. Rutgers is a pound the rock team. Iowa's a pound the rock team. You play the three teams that are like, they're going to challenge your defensive line. They're going to try and push you around. They're going to try and make you make mistakes. And they're not going to make a ton of mistakes their own. Those are the three teams you play in November. None of the non-con teams are that. I would say the closest to that is Michigan State. But at the same time, I would tell you that I don't think Michigan State's going to be very good. And so I don't know how challenging Michigan State's offense and the way that they're going to want to run the ball with Pat Fitzgerald as their head coach is really going to test your D line. Maryland is going to use Malik Washington a ton. Indiana is going to be hucking the ball this year. Oregon, I think you're just going to find out in totality about your offense. And Washington's another team where their best player is their quarterback, Devon Williams. The three teams that are really going to test your interior and really going to test on whether or not the weakness of your team has gotten better is in November. We'll see signs, right? Like we'll know if RVP and Cam Lenhart, and we'll know whether or not the 4-2-5 has been able to unlock some things that we haven't seen in the past from this defense by the time we get to November. We'll know that. But I don't know if we'll really know how solid the interior of that defensive line is and what their run defense is like when it's pushed to the limit until they play Illinois, Rutgers, Ohio State, and Iowa. I think their secondary is, I mean, it's the Big Ten. Your run defense is going to be tested every single game, but you have more teams in the beginning part of the season, like Washington, like Oregon, like Indiana, who are more likely to just throw the ball down the field and use their quarterback. I mean, Oregon's going to have maybe the number one overall pick in the draft playing quarterback for them next year. Indiana could have a guy in Josh Hoover if he has a Fernando Mendoza type season, right, where he exceeds his expectations coming from his previous stop at TCU. He'll be a guy that might be in the first round. Damon Williams is another guy where he is a top round prospect when it comes to the quarterback play. So I think a little bit like last year, like, you know, was Nebraska's offensive line fully tested against Michigan State? Not really. Were they fully tested against Maryland? No, not really. Were they tested against Northwestern? No. They got tested twice before they hit November, and they lost both of those games to Minnesota and Michigan. And those two games were enough for Penn State, Iowa, and Utah to be like, well, don't have to get too creative in this one, you know? I mean, especially after, like, that was the thing that always struck me was when John Butler went to the podium and said, Nebraska's defensive coordinator legitimately went to a podium at a press conference and told everybody, yeah, if I were an offense, I'd run the ball too. You know how crazy that is? So, to answer your question, Josh, what will we know about this team before November? We'll know a bit. We'll know how they handle adversity. We'll know how they play against top competition. We'll know about the secondary and whether or not it is a true strength of this team. We'll know how Calandria plays in terms of, is he a front runner or is he a guy that can really grind and scratch and claw against better competition? We'll know some things, but I think we're really going to find out the toughness of this team in November. November doesn't necessarily provide you the toughest games per se when it comes to talent and speed, caliber of opponent in terms of macro college football playoff expectations. It's not the gauntlet. I mean, can you imagine if they put Oregon, Indiana, and Ohio State all in the month of November? I mean, that would be insane, right? So it doesn't provide you that. It doesn't provide you a challenge in that regard. But what it will provide you a challenge is, how tough are you? How much of a beating can you take? You know, how physical can you be? Because Illinois is a physical team. Rutgers is a physical team. Ohio State is going to be a physical team. Iowa is the peak of, is one of the peaks of physicality. And so I look at this November schedule and I go, yeah, I don't think Illinois is going to be very good. I don't think Rutgers is going to be great. We'll see what happens to Iowa. Iowa's losing a ton, guys. And not just from a player perspective, right? They're losing 7 draft picks and, but they're losing their dynamic punt returner and Caden Weegen. They're losing their All-American center. They lost another guy in the offensive line. Like, they're losing some pretty key pieces from last year's team, and they have a quarterback battle going on where they don't even know who their starter is going to be. They've also lost kind of I don't think, like, if you were a ball knower, he was a secret. But I think if you're a casual fan, eventually you come to find out LeVar Woods and how good of a special teams coordinator he is. He's no longer Iowa special teams coordinator. He went to Michigan State with Pat Fitzgerald.
Oh.
I mean, he got a big raise in terms of responsibility going from Iowa to Michigan State. Now, I think that when Kirk Ferentz is done, it'll be LeVar who comes back, and him going to Michigan State is kind of allowing him to get a different perspective before he eventually comes back home and becomes the head coach of Iowa. But that's another loss too for Iowa. So, not to spoil, buy, sell, hold Iowa Hawkeye football that'll come up in a couple of weeks, but I think you can tell I'm a little bit more pessimistic than optimistic when it comes to their team. All this to say, though, like, they're still going to challenge you. And so when I tell people, like, when I ask a person, what do you think is the biggest game for Nebraska? Or what do you think is the turning point for Nebraska this season? Or what will be the game that can really tell the story of the season? To me, it's Illinois. To me, that's what will tell the story of this season is how do they play in Champaign on that Friday. Coming off of a tough stretch, those 3 games before being versus Indiana, at Oregon, versus Washington. That's not easy. You then got to go on the road. You got to play a physical football team that's had a lot of success over the last 2 seasons. That is a set-in-stone program with Brett Bielema, a guy who knows what he's doing. He's the skipper. Like, that will not be an easy game. But if they're able to play that game and win that game, it sets them up perfectly for an ending of the season that they haven't had in years. Now, some people might respond to, you can tell me all about schedules and you can tell me all about who they're playing after and who they're playing before and what it means for it to be in the middle of the season compared to the beginning of the season. I don't care, Matt McMaster. I don't care what you're talking about. I want to beat Iowa. Some people are just looking at that Iowa game being like, okay, great, you can have 7 wins. Okay, great, you can have 8 wins, but you got to beat that Iowa football team. And it goes like Iowa football versus Nebraska football, and this is just my view of it. Obviously, it's a rivalry. Obviously, skateboarders. Obviously, Nebraskans versus Iowans. That all exists there. You talk about the fact that it is the closest game in terms of going to an away game at Iowa City. That kind of built-in rivalry that has really taken off because of Nebraska joining the Big Ten. Like, I understand all of that, but let's look at it from a pure football perspective. Iowa's existence in terms of how they win football games angers Nebraskans so much because how Iowa plays football, I honestly think a lot of Nebraskans would love the Huskers to play football that way. I think it pisses Nebraskan football fans off to no end that their biggest rival plays an incredibly clean brand of football that I've come to learn that a lot of people in this state love. People in this state love running the football. People in this state
run the damn ball.
People in this state love physical offensive lines. People in this state love teams that kick the crap out of their opponents. People in this state love disciplined football, not a lot of flags. People in this state love player development. People in this state love good coaching. Iowa football does a lot of the things that Nebraska football fans, that just Nebraskans who love football would love to see week in and week out. They just play a very clean, disciplined, hardworking brand of football. And Nebraska football, and this is less so with the current staff and more so with the staff before them, I'm not going to say his name, but you know what I'm talking about, was the opposite of that, right? It wasn't a clean brand of football. It wasn't we're going to kick the crap out of you brand of football. It wasn't about, the hard work and the player development and believing in guys and getting guys better and developing into the next level. It wasn't about that at all. Nebraska football, and not under this administration, but the last administration, became the opposite of that. They became the big spender, high resources, flashy prospects, change the way that the Big Ten plays football team just could fall flat on their face. They became the high penalty, low discipline, sloppy special teams, blows every close game, pisses down their leg football team. They became, under the previous administration, the type of football that people roll their eyes at here. And so for your rival to be what a lot of people would like you to be, which is hardworking, high developing, disciplined, kick the crap out of your football team, that pisses a lot of people off. And Matt Rule has developed and has taken the steps and has built the roster, not only in terms of the guys they recruit, but also the coaches that they hire to be more closer to that brand of football that you like, right? Matt Rule is on the direction in terms of getting this team to be more disciplined. He is in the right direction when it comes to getting the offensive line to get the crap out of people. He's made it very clear when outside of Dylan flipping and that whole situation, going the way that it did, the other two quarterbacks that Matt Rule has decided to make his starters are guys who can run, are guys who can make the run game more difficult to adapt to. He wants 75 yards in the fourth quarter when it comes to rushing. He wants to be dynamic on special teams. He wants to kick the crap out of people. He wants to play to the environment of Memorial Stadium. He wants to play to the environment of the Big Ten. These are all things that he's talked about. These are all things that he said. These are all day one things that he said, honestly. And yeah, things have changed, and maybe the outlook of how he approaches things is different in year 4 than it is in year 1. There's no doubt that things are not slightly, they are different in terms of how he approaches things, but the root of the matter is the same. There would be nothing sweeter if Nebraska football fought fire with fire. There would be nothing sweeter if Nebraska football beat Iowa at their own game. If Nebraska football stepped onto the field and was like, you know what? We're going to run the ball better than you. You know what? We're going to block better than you. You know what? We're going to play better special teams than you. You know what? We're just going to outrun you. We're going to out physical you. There would be nothing sweeter to fans of this football team if they did that to them. Nothing. And so that's the emotional part. Like that's the you know what? I am so sick and tired of Iowa just year in and year out outside of the one Mickey Joseph year, proving just how much more connected of a football program they are. If you can go out there and if Matt Rule can go out there and beat Iowa and tell them, no, we're here and we got you and we can beat you and we're heading in the right direction and you don't own this rivalry anymore. If they can do that, I think a lot of people would say, damn, beating Illinois in the middle of the year. Damn, starting off November on a good note. So what? They recovered from maybe what could potentially be a tough October. I don't care about any of that. Beat Iowa and put your foot in the ground and say, hey, this is over. This is done. We're not getting pushed around anymore. If anything, we're going to do that to you now. There would be nothing sweeter to a lot of fans here at Nebraska. And frankly, I'd love it too. I as these years have gone on, man, I just have more of a disdain to the Hawkeyes. I just have more of a disdain to how they look at us. I have more of a disdain in terms of, they just, I don't know.
Let the hate flow through you.
It boils my blood. It boils my blood what that rivalry has become on the football field. That game, I truthfully, I typically don't get mad at Husker games as I do at Bear games. I was fuming after that Iowa game. Because it's one thing to be Nebraska and lose to Iowa, but it's a whole other thing to be Nebraska and lose to Iowa in that way. In the way that you would like Nebraska. I would love Nebraska football to play the way that Iowa does. I'll just say it. I would love it. Okay? Would I prefer them to have a better quarterback? I don't want Deacon Hill starting for the Huskers. Let me make that clear. But the way that Iowa plays football in terms of their discipline and their toughness and their player development, I would like my team to do that too. And some people might go, oh my God. And the funny thing is too, Otson, I think Nebraska can do it, and Nebraska could do it better than Iowa. I've said this. I feel like the goal for Matt Rule should be the Ohio State of Iowas. Like do what
Ohio State of Iowa.
Do what Iowa does, but do it with just faster guys. Just do it with better talent. Just do it with the resources that you have, but also implement that physicality and that discipline. That would lead to a ton of success. And Nebraska has the ability to do that, in my opinion. They have the ability to do that. But I'm just this whole every year Nebraska, every sport Nebraska loses to Iowa to, it makes me so pissed. Kenneth goes, yeah, but the problem is Nebraska has no idea what identity they want to have. Yeah, and I think Dylan changed that. I think Dylan changed that.
It seemed to put them off track.
What they wanted to do and what they walked in here in Lincoln wanting to do got very much adjusted by the commitment of Dylan. They a lot of the things that they had talked about and the way that they had built their roster changed when Dylan got here. And the things that they talked about and the things that they wanted to do and tried doing adjusted. But then Dylan leaves, and I think they're, like I've said this before, I think this 2026 team, it reminds me a lot of 2023. It reminds me a lot of 2023 in terms of transfer quarterback who can use his legs, who's got some turnover problems, new defensive coordinator with a system that he's going to come in with some fresh eyes and look at this team and say, all right, where do these players coming off of a failing defense last year, where do they fit within my system, and how can we get them moving as professionally as possible or efficiently as possible? The running back by committee. We walked into 2023 not having a superstar running back, but saying, all right, we got a multitude of guys who can do it. That's what you're walking to this year. You even had the weird comparisons between Omar Brown was a guy that was on Frost's team the year before, didn't really do a whole lot. It took Tony White to come in, pluck him out and say, no, you're going to play for us and you're going to be an effective player. That's kind of happened with Jameer Khan a little bit in terms of how Rob Orch has talked about him. Like, there are some just similarities between the fact that it seems like they want to play. They walked into 2023 wanting to play a certain way. And then they adjusted a lot of things because they had a 5-star quarterback, which, by the way, I don't blame them. I don't have any sort of blame for them doing that. But it seems like they're getting a little bit closer to what they were in terms of the idea and identity, more importantly, of what they want to be with how they built this roster. All righty. Let's talk Husker basketball for a little bit here coming up next.
Hoops.
And then this week in women's history at 12:45 here on Middays with Matt.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Somebody texted me.
Hi, somebody.
They go, football segment alert. Football season, baby. We're going to do buy, sell, hold, or bet a little bit later in the show today.
Another football segment.
Another football segment. Well, we're just sprinkling a little bit. And then I'm going to go, on vacation. Okay. I'm going to have a nice little golf trip. And then when I come back, we are going to be fully in football season. Like we'll be what, 3 weeks away from being 3 weeks away or something like that.
Whoa.
That's how I count this, by the way.
Okay.
Because you're never 100 days away. You're 50 days away from being 50 days away. And then when you get to 50, now you're 30 days away from being 20 days away. Because once you get to 20, you're basically there. And then when you're 20 days away, you're only 13 days away from being a week away. And that's how you count it. You never give yourself the full number. You never, because you'll never be excited if you're 87 days away. But if you're 87 days away, do you know what you say? You're like, hey, we're only 27 days away from being 2 months out of the season. It's not bad. It's not bad at all.
This is ridiculous.
This is the stupidest thing you've ever heard.
But like, I also kind of get it.
If I'm 50 days away and I tell dude, we're only a month from being a couple weeks out.
Mm-hmm.
And then once we get to 20 days out, I go, dude, we are literally only 10 days away from being a week away. You know how crazy that is? Like, we're right there. We're right there. You just got to stay positive through this. You just got to keep telling yourself you're not that far away. We are far away from football season, okay? We are very far away. We're like a good 2 months away from football being actually played. But I will tell myself that we are in a slog and we are way too far away from being excited. Absolutely not. I refuse to live in that world. I want to live in a world where I'm just consistently happy that football's around. So we'll continue to talk about football. Before we do that, we'll talk about some Husker basketball. Seriously.
Hoops.
NBA's been on one, by the way, last couple of days. Giannis got traded to the Miami Heat. Kind of crazy. Not that I think it does much for them anyway. LaMelo Ball got traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves. Didn't really see that happening, by the way. And somehow they got a much better package of things that for LaMelo Ball than Giannis did going to Miami. I think that Jalen Brunson might have had something to do with that in terms of teams really trying to invest in, on the ball creative point guards. We'll see how LaMelo Ball, plays on a winning team with some pretty big stakes. I'm pretty sure he hasn't played on a winning team with that many stakes since like his high school days.
I don't think he's played since high school.
Well, so we played. Okay, great comment, Josh Hudson. He played 72 games last year. I was taken aback.
Really?
I had no idea.
This season that just ended.
This season, he played 72 games. I was like, oh my God.
Good for him.
Now, the 3 seasons before that, he had the opportunity to play in 246 games. The 3 seasons before that, 246 games. How many games do you think he played in?
82.
He played in 98.
Hey, that was pretty close.
You're pretty close. Played in 98 games in 3 seasons. That's crazy. So if he could stay healthy, and he's had a whole lot of just very interesting injuries. I mean, just kind of everywhere, if we're being honest. But I think him and Ant, from an offensive perspective, are a match made in heaven. They're going to have to improve their front court a little bit. But, does it make them a contender in the West? Probably not. Does it make them a son of a gun to get out in the second round? Absolutely. That's how I
Does
view
it make them a contender in the East, though?
Great question, Josh Odson.
Long term.
Yes. Yes, it does. It definitely does make them contenders in the East long term. By the time they get to the East, they would have had at least 2 off seasons to add some wings and interesting pieces around their great guards. So yes, I will say it makes them eventual contenders in the East. If all of this happens, by the way, and they just put Memphis in the East, I'm just going to be like, this league is so stupid. They have the easiest,
I get that,
dude. This is the easiest layup I've seen to add another superstar in the East in frankly, a conference that needs more superstars. Like you got Wemby, you got Shea. Like you need an ant. You need an ant in the East. You do. We're gonna put the crappy Grizzlies.
You're just hiding a team if you move Memphis to. I understand geography of it all, but like if you move Memphis, you're just hiding a cellar dweller.
We need to make that a graphic. I know geography, but don't be an idiot.
Geography.
Speaking about the NBA, we got two guys, Rick Mask and Sam Hoiberg, who have signed deals. Sam Hoiberg going to go and play for Phoenix in this upcoming summer league. Rick Mask signed a Exhibit 10 contract with the Indiana Pacers.
Yeah.
I don't know what an Exhibit 10 deal is.
Huh.
Can you tell me?
Idiot.
I'm sorry. Don't you dare.
Exhibit 10. I didn't think there'd be follow-up questions.
I don't know what it is.
1 year non-guaranteed minimum salary NBA deal primarily used for training camp and summer league rosters.
Okay. So yeah, it's not like a guaranteed NBA contract.
Optional bonus of up to $85,000 if the player is waived and plays for the franchise's G League affiliate for at least 60 days.
I think Sam is going to have a very rewarding career in Australia, and I think he will play for as long as he possibly can. And then when Sam Hoiberg comes back to the States, he will be an awesome broadcaster. He will be a phenomenal broadcaster. He works with good people. He's in contact with good people when it comes to broadcasting. The guy's a winner when it just comes to committing to it and wanting to do it. He's also he's got some great stories and some phenomenal insights. He's got a good voice too. Very deep. Got a very deep voice. He's a good guy in terms of you can't be a Richard, and expect great things in broadcasting all the time. He's a type of dude that a lot of people will make some friends with. So when Sam Hoiberg decides that his basketball career is over, I think that you will be seeing a lot of him.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar signed a Exhibit 10 contract with the Lakers.
I had no idea.
I didn't.
Very interesting.
My Googling of Exhibit 10 NBA contracts.
Are you going down the rabbit hole of Exhibit 10 contracts today, Josh Hodson?
A lot of them got signed. Wow.
Amy's going to ask you, what did you do today? Well, Matt's dumbass had me look up Exhibit 10 contracts because he was too lazy to do it on his crappy computer.
I would never give that detailed an answer about my day.
That's fine.
It's over. I'm done with it. It's fine.
It's over.
I enjoyed it. It was fun.
Okay, I'll take that. The kid had fun today. Do you walk back into the house and you go, how was the kid today? And your wife goes, yeah, he was good. Yeah, he behaved well, blah, blah, blah. And Amy goes back to you and go, how was the kid today? And you're like, yeah, he was fine.
No, but I feel like that's a real missed opportunity.
It is a very
with my
missed
wife and I, yeah.
You're raising two childs.
Children. Sometimes you have to correct.
Me and your son might have the same vocabulary, unfortunately.
He also struggles with conjugation. Whoa.
Don't put it that way. And I don't struggle with it. I just had a brain fart. Anyway, Hoiberg is going to have a really good broadcasting career. Rick Mask, I'm tempted to put something on the board. I think he'll play in an NBA game.
Okay.
I'm not saying he's going to have a long NBA career. I'm not saying he's going to sign a second contract. I'm not saying he's going to be an all-star. I'm just saying I think that a guy in this era of NBA basketball where we are stockpiling bigs because we're all afraid of Wemby, okay? Mm-hmm. And you saw it this year in the draft in terms of there's a reason the Mavericks reached for Merez Johnson, okay? There is a reason why Oklahoma City thought it was necessary to get Adai Mara. There was a reason why San Antonio said, we need to get even bigger to counter some of these counters that we're having here. There is a reason why the teams who are looking to win in the future are drafting bigs, and it's because it's going to be a lot like Shaq. Back in the day, you know this better than I do, Josh. In the 90s and early mid-90s to early 2000s, teams were stocking up bigs for fouls. We got to follow this guy. We need more bigs to follow this guy. That's what's happening when it comes to how teams are building their rosters in preparation for when they have to play these big teams like San Antonio and Oklahoma City. You're going to have just a lot more teams being like, we need bigs, we need bigs, we need bigs. The guy's 6'10", he's 260 pounds, and he's a great spacer. Now, here's the one thing with Rink that I will say, if you want to counter him ever playing in a NBA game, like Rink is not going to be on a team and they're going to go, hey, Rink, we're going to give you the ball and we're going to let you pass. Hey, Rink, we're going to set up pick and roll for you at the top of the key. Hey, Rink, we're going to run he's not going to get an offense run around him, which is when, in my opinion, his skills are best shown, right? Because his skills are the fact that he's just such a crafty offensive player in and around the basket and spacing from three. So he's going to have to get faster. He's going to have to be more of a factor on defense. He's going to have to rebound better. He's going to have to be a little bit more physical. But I don't think those are things that he can't accomplish. I think that Rink can become a faster player. I think that Rink can, become a better rebound. I think that if you tell him, hey, become more physical, and these are the things that you need to do in order for your skill set to eventually be used, I think he'll be able to do it. I'm not saying that he's going to become a regular contributor at the NBA level, but I do think what his skill set is and what the league is asking for, it's hard pressed to tell me that you're not going to be someone interested in a 6'10" who can stretch the floor the way that he can. I think he's got a shot. I don't know if it's going to be tough, but I think he's got a shot. So there you go.
A shot.
I think he's got a shot. Price Sanford, by the way, would have been drafted undoubtedly this year. He without a doubt, if he entered with all the guys who decided to go back to college and not be in the second round, I mean, the back half of the second round of the NBA draft was a lot of flyer taking. It was a lot of I don't know if this guy's going to make our roster, sure, but we'd rather just take him here as opposed to signing him. There was a lot of flyers going on. I think Price would have been a guy that somebody goes 6'7", shoots the three like that. Did you see how he played against the best competition in the NCAA tournament? Yes, please. Every day of the week. I think he would have eventually, if all those guys, if Badunga and Stojakovic and Blackwell and whomever else you want at Momcilovic, if all of those guys, like you had those 6, 7, 8 guys who could have been drafted, maybe Price sneaks out and he's got to be an undrafted free agent. But with the dudes who weren't going in the draft, I think he could have been drafted. But at the end of the day, I think he made the best decision for himself, which is coming back to Nebraska. And he's going to be one hell of a player this year for the Huskers. All right, this week in women's history coming up next here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Don't forget to go to 1620thezone.com, enter into all of the sweepstakes that we have going. Post Malone, the Black Keys, Young Giant, Chris Stapleton, and Lincoln in October. Motionless and White in the Metro in November, and Burt Kreischer also in Omaha in December. Got a lot of great opportunities for you to win your way to those events. So go to 1620thezone.com in order to enter in there. And hey, 1620 The Zone is giving away a pair of tickets to the Omaha Storm Chasers game on Friday, July 3rd. Storm Chasers host the Indianapolis Indians July 3rd at 7:05. Freedom Weekend, salute to America. Storm Chasers kicking off their weekend-long celebration to America's 250th birthday with a salute to America. Freedom Weekend fireworks right after the game. Listen all week to Unsportsmanlike Conduct for a chance to win your way into the ballpark. It's Thursday at 12:45, which means Josh Odson educates young Matt McMaster on women through the decades. It's This Week in Women's History. Very excited. Mike Schaefer said that he has had some contributing suggestions for today's segment of This Week in Women's History. So where are we going first, Josh Odson?
We will start with Mike Schaefer's suggestion. Let's get the number right here.
Okay.
Celebrating her 51st birthday
Oh,
today.
happy birthday.
Linda Cardellini. Maybe we've done this name
Linda
before.
Cardellini.
But
Cardellini
worth a
sounds
revisit.
like a great pasta.
What kind of noodles would you like in there? I like the Cardellini.
I like, can I get the Cardellini cavatappi, please, with a side of Pezzolbesco? Yes, I know Linda Cardellini.
Yeah.
Yes. What a great actress.
Green Book, one of your favorites.
She is so good in Green Book. Thank you. Thank you for the lettuce.
The Scooby-Doo live
She's
action
Velma.
movies.
She
Yes.
is, oh my God. Let me tell you. She's the reason why a lot of women in college were Velma for college.
Okay.
All right. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. She was the inspiration for a lot of women. Inspiring woman.
Freaks and Geeks.
What is that?
That's a television show that only lasted like half a season or something. And
was it about freaks and geeks?
yeah, like in high school, and launched the careers of many people we know and love today.
Did it actually, or was that very...
No, it did. Like
okay.
Seth Rogen was on this show before he was a star. Jason Segel, James Franco, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah. She was in Brokeback Mountain?
Oh, was she? I don't remember her part.
Oh, no, she was in an ensemble. And then... Okay. Never mind. She was a guest on Mad Men at one point as well. She hasn't won a lot of awards, though. She's only won the TV Land Awards.
I mean, those are pretty prestigious.
Are they?
No.
I've never heard of them. What's our second woman through the decades?
In honor of Supergirl being released in theaters this weekend, why don't we jump back to the 80s for the original Supergirl, Helen Slater.
Helen Slater. Okay. Oh, I see the side-by-side comparison of the new Supergirl.
That's right.
Wow. Yeah, they look very similar. See, it doesn't make sense that Kal-El's cousin is a platinum blonde and Kal-El is a very, he's got very dark hair.
I don't think about it too much.
Did she do anything other than Supergirl?
She was in City Slickers.
Okay.
With Billy Crystal.
See, Billy Crystal is like, I feel like he comes up in every single one of these segments.
I mean, he surrounded himself with beautiful women.
I know. He was like he was the more subtle Adam Sandler.
Exactly.
Like Adam Sandler just threw it in your face that he just wanted to hang out with models at movies. But Billy did it very under the radar,
Like, oh no, we got to have this one. She's a great writer.
Like who was in You Got Mail? Was that Helen? That wasn't no.
That was him and Meg Ryan.
Meg Ryan. See, we don't have to This Week in Women's History, Meg Ryan.
Seinfeld fans, you'll remember Helen Slater as Becky Gelke.
Okay.
Or maybe you won't.
Wow. There was a picture of her in 2016. She looks great. Looks phenomenal.
Yeah, doing great.
The Legend of Billie Jean. Was she Billie? And she was Billie Jean.
She was
Davy?
Billie Jean.
Did you ever see that one?
I have not seen that.
Was
one.
That
It looks like something I might enjoy though.
Riveting, poetic, and sensitive.
With her brother, tense, poetic, and effective. With her brother falsely accused of murder.
By the way, I'm just adding more adjectives.
Yeah. becomes a famous outlaw martyr as both of them run. Okay, this is on Tubi. I need to watch this because it sounds awful.
Tubi?
Yeah.
You have Tubi?
Tubi's free.
I don't have Tubi.
Just get it.
I like the idea though. Like Peterson
right
is kind of dipping his toe and buying more DVDs and stuff like that, and just like watching DVDs in a DVD player.
Look, I got hundreds of them in my house. I don't need any more. Okay.
But like, do you have a good DVD player?
I have one that works.
Do you have a good one though?
Yeah.
Oh God, that sounds a little bit. That sounds a little bit too close to.
Yeah, it's probably not. That really was pretty close, wasn't it?
I mean, all right. What would you rather have for your birthday next year? Would you rather me buy you a 4K DVD player, or would you like me to try to get you into the Burke Hall of Fame?
I don't have a 4K TV, so I guess my answer would probably be Burke High Hall of Fame.
I think we need to do a live show from Burke High when you get inducted to the Hall of Fame.
That would be so cool.
That would be the that's the most genuine thing you've ever said.
I would talk to every kid who walked by the table.
All right, let's hit a break here. Middays with Matt, 1620 is up.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
The guys who are helping us move into our new studio, which is going to be incredible. We had our discussions. Big clock seems like it's a big hit. Tell them they think it's a great idea. I was telling them we need a very big clock, and they were like, "Okay, we'll tell the people."
They're the smart guys.
And they were, Josh. They were giving me hand sizes. They're like, "How big do you want big clock to be?" And one of the guys, he was like, "You can't even see." Look on the YouTube. Like he was like, "You want it this big? You want big clock this big?" And I was like, "No, just more like this big, more like touchdown Jesus big. You know, I want right here. That's how big I want big clock to be."
We're gonna make this happen for you. I think
Gonna manifest it.
I think we're speaking it into existence.
I think at this point, though, the more that I talk about it, the funnier it would be if it didn't happen. So I have to play the line in terms of it's what is it funnier to do? Actually get Matt his big clock or never give it to him, and so we can all laugh at him. So I do have to toe the line here in terms of what I want to do. Let's talk about college football. Towing lines has never been something that college football has really been great at doing. They just kind of make decisions whether or not they be the right or wrong ones, and typically, if you ask me, they're the wrong ones. But there were a couple of right decisions made today. The NCAA has voted to grant FCS to FBS transition teams immediate access to bowl games in the college football playoff. Pretty significant when you consider the fact that North Dakota State is making the jump from FCS to FBS. They will be in the Mountain West. I'm pretty sure they're favorites to win the Mountain West. The Bison have put money where their mouths have been, like in terms of they want to make this move. They want to go to the FBS. They want to compete for a college football playoff spot immediately. They quietly raised $25 million in donor commitments just to make sure that this move can happen. So their athletic director, Matt Larson, was quoted saying in the CBS article that they had been campaigning to get this transition kind of removed in order, the ban, the 2-year ban from playoffs removed in order for them to be able to make the college football playoff right away. And might I add, you get significant money, especially for North Dakota State, where, the $1.5 million and a couple $1 million you might get for like Ohio State and the Indiana and like the Big Ten Conference. Like that's nice. That's a nice little bonus, but that money is way more effective for teams in the Mountain West, and it's way more effective for a team like North Dakota State. So the fact that not only can they just, if they're good this year and they win the Mountain West, and we've seen Mountain West teams go to the college football playoff, like it's not only fair that if they prove to be the best G5 team, which they very well could end up being 10 FCS national championships in the last 15 years, like they could go to the playoff in their very first year transition to the FBS. Not only is it just fair, it's one of those things as well where it's just like, it's great for them in terms of money. And so the fact that they have been granted this and given this opportunity to make the money back that has, $25 million in donor donations, especially for a school who, the rest of their teams are in the Summit League. It's just one of those things where that's no small number. That's no small task to do. And so they've done it. They've transitioned, and kudos to everybody in North Dakota State, and kudos to the NCAA for removing that ban. Also, I'd be remiss not to add that Sacramento State, everybody's favorite MAC team, also will be able to make the college football playoff.
That game's on ESPN this year. North Dakota State, Sacramento State. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 nationally televised games for North Dakota State this season.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? That's incredible. Good for them. I remember that North Dakota State Colorado game was a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
A couple
Great
of years
exposure
ago,
for them.
It was phenomenal. And by the way, they played that team super tough.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, and I will give some credit to Deion Sanders here. He did a great job of being like, nah, dude, like we are not looking past this team. Like that's funny. When Matt Rule first got here at Nebraska, I remember he had a funny quote in year one where he goes, I told Trev that if we have a Dakota on our schedule, just get rid of it. I don't want to play anything that has to do with Dakota. I don't want to play South Dakota. I don't want to play North Dakota. I want to play either of the North Dakota State or South Dakota States. Get them out of here. Funny enough, they will play North Dakota this year. And I believe, won't they play South Dakota State next year? I think Nebraska will end up playing South Dakota State next year, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe the year after that. It's the year that they're supposed to play Arizona in that non-con game, which they might end up keeping that non-con game because it's not like Arizona is really all that threatening.
Not 2027.
Okay.
We'll find it.
I think
Just
it's
waiting on the internet.
2028.
Yep, 2028 in Lincoln.
There it
Saturday, September 9th.
Let's talk some college football here. Andy Kendeigh coming up at 1:20. We have been doing this fun little series. Buy, sell, hold, or bet on a bunch of different college football teams in and around the nation. Now, the first 4 teams that we've done have been Nebraska's opponents. Maryland, Washington, Illinois, and Michigan State. We are not going to do their opponents this time. We are going to do 2 teams that I'm pretty passionate about. First one is BYU. Buy, sell, hold, or bet BYU this year. Bear Bachmeier, one of the best true freshman quarterbacks of the entire season last year. He was the Big 12 freshman of the year. Comes back this season. BYU is one of those teams where they are bringing back a ton in terms of what they were able to accomplish last year. 13 starters returned for the BYU Cougars. That's the 9th most in the country. They bring back 63% of their total snaps from last season to this season, 60% on offense, 65% on defense. Now, they will have to have a bit of transition here. It's one of those things where when they first got to the Big 12 in 2023, they were not good at defense. And Jay Hill, who was their coordinator, figured things out and made that defense in 2024 and 2025 one of the better units in the Big 12. Well, now Hill joins Kyle Whittingham in Michigan. So it'll be Kyle Papinga's job to get the defense just rolling the way that it was. But you add Bachmeier, you add LJ Martin, who had 1,300 yards last year. He had 12 touchdowns. You added to the fact that they're going to have a defense where they're bringing a ton of guys back, 65% of their snaps, like I mentioned. That's 4th in the country. And then look at their schedule.
I am looking at it right now.
Read it for me, because it's disgusting.
Utah Tech versus Arizona.
Okay.
At Colorado State. At
Bad.
number 23, TCU.
I don't know about that.
Iowa State.
Hosting
no, Iowa State is, I think they're going to be terrible this year.
They lost everybody, correct?
And their coach. So literally everyone. Verse number 4, Notre Dame.
Tough.
That's a big game. At UCF.
Bludgeoning.
Versus Arizona State.
Difficult, but win.
Holy War at Utah.
That's going to be rough.
Baylor.
Win.
At Kansas.
Win.
Versus Cincinnati.
Win.
Potential Big 12 championship game.
Win.
College football playoff.
Lose. Buy, sell, hold, or bet. I am betting on BYU this year. Their over-under, their win total over-under this year is 8.5.
I'm looking at that right now, too.
8.5. I think they get by pretty easily. And like, the Notre Dame game is going to be tough, and the BYU game is going to be tough. Like
Utah.
The Utah game is going to be tough. Like Notre Dame and Utah, those are not going to be easy. I don't think they will beat Notre Dame. I think Utah, it's tough, that game, at Utah as well. Still, though, it's still one of those things where it's like, even though that, maybe they're going to lose those 2 games, they're over under being 8.5. And by the way,
they'd still win 10, right?
Easily. Utah Tech's a win. Arizona's a win. Colorado State's a win. TCU's a win. Arizona State a win. Baylor a win. Kansas a win. Cincinnati's a win. I feel super confident
And
about 9 games.
Yeah, even like, okay, that's 10 wins outside of Notre Dame and Utah. Like, okay, you college football happens, you drop one that you're not expected to drop. You get upset.
And it's
another that's still 9 and you hit the over.
It's another one of those things too where it's like they have won a lot of games over the last couple of years with Kalani Sitake. And on top of that, they're bringing 70% of their team back. And it's like, we talk about, snaps coming back. And I've mentioned this so many times where it's like, do you really want 70% of your snaps coming back for a team that won 6 games last year? Do you really want 70% of your snaps coming back for a team that won 4 games last year? Which, by the way, we're going to have that conversation in 2 seconds. Josh, they're bringing back 65% of their snaps on a team that won 12 games last year. They won 12 games last year, and they're bringing back their freshman quarterback. They're bringing back their stud running back. They're bringing back nearly 70% of their snaps on defense. Yes, Papinga is going to have to, get things going in the right direction in terms of defensive end, but you couple that in with the fact that they're a good team already who's bringing a ton back, and then on top of that, they play this cupcake schedule where they play 3.5, 4 tough games. I'm betting on them. I'm all over them this season. BYU. That's our second bet, by the way. We're also betting on Maryland. They're over 4.5 in our Matt McFutures. Let's go to a team that some people are going to be high on. I am not.
Ooh, interesting.
I'm not now. I don't want me doubting this team to not allow me to be on the bandwagon in the future. But I'm going to be selling Virginia Tech this year.
Selling?
I am selling Virginia Tech.
James brought everybody over.
I
don't know if that's true.
So he brings Ethan Grunkemeyer, his quarterback from Penn State, who I'm not necessarily
I don't know if that's a good thing.
Sold on him. And Brent Pry was a good defensive coordinator. But this is one of those things where he brought a lot of recruits over and he brought a lot of young guys over. But the Hokies rank 4th amongst 138 teams in 2026 in terms of returning production in college football. Okay. If you go ahead and you look at their returning snaps from last year, they rank 4th in the country. They are 64% of their snaps come back on offense, 60% of their snaps come back on defense. You also add in Virginia Tech has 14 returning starters to their team. And it's an offensive line that, so they're counting all these O linemen here. Johnny Altuner, Garrett Lath, Aiden Lynch, Lath Ganem. I don't know how those guys are going to play because they brought in 4 offensive line transfers as well. So they've completely rebuilt this offensive line. They have okay weapons, but I'm not blown away by them. And their best guy that they're bringing back on defense had 4.5 sacks. I'm not necessarily head over. I don't look at Virginia Tech and go, oh my God, they're bringing a ton back in continuity. They won 4 games last year or 3 games last year.
Back half of the schedule is a little bit of a bear for the Hokies.
3 of those 5 games are tough. At Clemson, at SMU, at Miami. 3 of your last 5 games of the season.
They could trick some people by they could go 4-0, they could go 5-0, and people are like, oh, I think James Franklin, master at the turnaround, and then they just completely dive off a cliff the back half of the season.
I think this might be bet the other way. This might be bet the under. I'm not an under better. I'm not a negative guy. But here's what I got.
Plus 128 on 6.5.
Here's what I got. All right. Win against what is VMI?
Virginia Military Institute.
Okay. Sorry.
Respect to the troops.
Yes, absolutely. Win against VMI. Win against Old Dominion.
Old Dominion.
Real quick, though. Old Dominion gave Indiana one of their best games last year. People do not realize how good Old Dominion was. Win against Old Dominion. L at Maryland. You know how I feel about Maryland.
It's Maryland. It's September.
It's Maryland in September. L at Maryland. W at Boston College. Okay, so they're 3-1.
Pitt, is Pitt any good anymore? I don't know.
Pitt's mid. Pitt. I'll go. I don't know. IDK on Pitt. L at California. I think Cal is going to be good this year.
The Calgorithm.
L versus Georgia. L at Clemson. L at SMU. Win versus Stanford. L at Miami, and then iffy on Virginia.
Coin flip.
So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 wins and 2 coin flips.
Oof.
So even if they get the coin flips,
Yeah, even if they get the 2, that's
they're
still
at
6,
6.
and that's the under. Yeah.
What am I missing here? They're going to lose to SMU. They're going to lose to Miami. They're going to lose to Clemson. They're going to lose to Georgia Tech. They're going to lose to Cal. I think what I'm missing here is that I'm very high on Maryland.
Mm-hmm.
Crap, Josh. I might bet they're under.
Now, I agree with Husker in the chat. As a Hokie fan, I'm going to tell you right now, you're an idiot if you don't think he's going to be a problem for the ACC. I think James Franklin is built for the ACC.
I think he will be a problem for the ACC in 1 year.
You better get him now.
In 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't agree with you, which is why I said when I started this, I don't want me doubting them to not allow me to be on the bandwagon in the future. I want to be a Hokie guy in 2 years. I'm just not a Hokie guy now.
Now
is that okay? Are we okay with? I just don't know. I don't think they're that good. I don't like Ethan Gruckmeyer. I think their running back is fine. And you're bragging about bringing all these guys back on defense on a defense that was bad last year.
If you want to play this, like if you want to do this with actual stocks, do you buy now and hold it for a year, or do you like buy it in October, November when people are like, I don't know about this guy? So I would need like a financial advisor to tell
I
me
would
what
buy
the better
low.
play
I would
is.
buy low at the end of the year.
Okay.
Or I actually would buy, you know what? So after they lose, let's see, they're going to lose to Cal, Tech, Clemson, and SMU, right? So I'll buy after the SMU loss. After the 4th loss in a row, I'll buy.
Saturday, November 7th, you're buying.
I'm buying.
It's a
I'll buy my
Friday night in Dallas for James Franklin.
So Husker goes, bringing physicality to the ACC is going to be a problem, and I give Jimmy Frank. I've never heard anybody call him that. Jimmy Frank.
I like it though.
I like Jimmy Frank a lot. Jimmy Frank sounds
it's better
like,
than James Franklin.
Dude, can I be real with you? Jimmy Frank sounds like the guy that fixes everybody's cars in the neighborhood.
I'll call Jimmy Frank.
Go call
right
Jimmy. Go call Jimmy. You called Jimmy yet? Get him over. Don't go to Sal's for the carburetor.
Jimmy Frank will do it for
He's
cheaper.
got it. He did mine last week. Jimmy Frank. But he goes, bringing physicality to the ACC is going to be a problem, and I give Jimmy Frank 2 to 3 years, and he will have them in the running for a playoff. I don't disagree at all.
Yeah, I actually think the Penn State shtick of winning all the games you're supposed to win and then losing the big games actually benefits you in the ACC because there's just not a lot of top level competition there. Although Virginia Tech managed to get all of it on their schedule this year.
Dude, seriously. Husker goes, Matt McBad take. Good God. Well, I said I agree. I couldn't agree more. It's just this year they play SMU, probably a playoff team. They play Miami, playoff team. They play Maryland, who I think is going to be good this year. You're not Virginia, even if you get your coin tops on Virginia and Pitt. I'm telling you, they gave up, by the way, so they're bragging about bringing back 65% of their snaps. They gave up they had 6 different games last year where they gave up 30 plus points. They didn't have one game where they didn't give up less than 24. They only gave up 6 against Wofford. Are we counting that? Does that really count?
They got my close personal friend Kamari Copeland on that D line. I like him. He's good. Remember the name?
That's the guy. Is he a Reaver?
Mm-hmm.
I crapped on him earlier.
Whoa.
I said their best player had only had 4.5 sacks last year, and that was Kamari.
Kamari Copeland is their best player.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I said he only had 4.5. I'm sorry. I apologize to Scro. Look, and they kept Pryor around, but it's not like I understand that he was great as a defensive coordinator as opposed to becoming a head coach, but he was very much in tie with that defense last year. They weren't very good. Husker, I love you. Thank you for listening to the show. Don't get mad at me. We're betting the under. I have too many futures.
Too many futures.
We'll have to have a futures draft at the beginning of the football season.
Oh, now that's an interesting idea that you've okay.
So we'll get we'll compile all of the different futures that I say I will bet.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will whittle it down at the beginning of the year. And I will let other people take the futures I don't take, and we can compare. Right now we're at 3. We're BYU over 8.5. We're at Virginia Tech under 6.5. And we're Maryland over 4.5 is what we got.
Couple things as we head to break here.
Go ahead.
A third junior Caminero home run has hit the Trop as the Rays lead the Royals 13-0. If you look at the box score, you'll see something very interesting along the Royals. Let me just read you their numbers. No runs, no hits, no errors as the game has reached.
Oh my God, no hits. Does that mean that Tampa Bay has a no-hitter going?
Well, it's a combined.
Is that a no-hitter? Tampa Bay has a no-hitter going, everybody.
Combined no-hitter in the top of the 9.
That's why I'm saying it. If it was one man, I would not be saying this. Combined no-hitters don't count. They have a no-hitter going. I hope I jinx them. Let's hit a break. Talk to Andy Kendeigh coming up next.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Oh, what a shame. I said the Tampa Bay Rays have a no-hitter, and unfortunately during the break, the Royals got a hit.
Carter
Hey.
Jensen hit a 2-run home run, so they have 2 runs on 1 hit.
Nice. Ain't that a shame? Oh, we hate seeing that happen to the Tampa Bay Rays and their combined no-hitter. Who could have ever tried to jinx them? Anyway, we bring on Andy Kendeigh from KETV. AK, how are you?
Jinx, jinx, jinx. You jinx.
I am.
You jinx.
I am.
You jinx. I'm good. Did you guys, were you guys sitting at the smallest table available for the big 1620 The Zone steak picture? I mean, could they not get you a bigger table or put a leaf in to get you?
There were no other tables available.
There was. I'm going to be
a party of our size.
AK, we sat there and immediately I'm touching elbows with Odson and Peterson. Odson, by the way, or Peterson has very pointy elbows. No one tell him that. And I was like, this is going to be tough. This is going to be interesting, especially when the food comes down and where we were at. There's a lot of food. You get a lot of food with your meal.
Uh-huh.
And I will say this, though, AK, we did an elite job clearing the table. We didn't have too many problems with the plates. And we were on it. We didn't if you were done with your plate, we gave it to the waitress. We were efficient yesterday.
That's good pre-bussing right there, pre-bussing the table. That gives everybody a little more room. But were there people that weren't invited that showed up and they just weren't prepared? Or I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this.
I'm going to tell you right.
It did look squeezed in.
No resis at the place we went to.
Oh, good point.
Okay. All right. Good point. Okay. That's a good point.
Went at a peak dinner hour.
Okay. Okay.
We
All
did.
Right.
We went at 6.
Issues, yeah.
We went at 6:30s. And I've never been to the area that we went to yesterday, but I imagine it's one of the better places in that area.
Okay, so you guys are very cautious about saying the name of this place, so I'm not even going to ask. But
I don't know. I mean, they're not technically a sponsor, so I don't really know how much. I don't. Okay. I'm a new guy. I defer to Odson.
Yeah. They were very nice to us. I'll throw them. The fine folks at Farmer Brown's were very kind to us last night.
Okay, there we go. All
See,
right.
AK, you know how I work. I'm a money man, all right? And
you're always thinking 2 steps ahead.
Exactly. I'm a cash man. It's just one of those things where it's just you want me to say your name, cash me, So it's just, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. There really are no free ads on Middays with Matt.
No,
but yes, the fine folks at Farmer Brown's, I'll tell you this. It was one heck of a dinner, my friend. It was one heck of a dinner, and I ate to completion, and it was quite incredible.
And the price is right. It looked like somebody picked up the tab, so that's good.
Oh yeah, that was the most important part.
Deeper pockets. Yeah, that's where you got free reign.
When you order a steak, what steak are you ordering, and then what is your complimentary drink with the steak?
Filet, medium, drink with the steak. That's an old-fashioned, easy. That's an easy one. Old-fashioned.
Now, how do you feel there was someone at our table who declined dessert, but they opted to have a dessert Manhattan. They said, I would like a Manhattan for dessert. What do you think of the Manhattan for dessert?
Hey, drinking your dessert, that could be a veteran move, especially if you could have only one or the other. So that's priorities right there. That's priorities. I was going to say, if somebody was not going to have their dessert and failed to order, that's just being selfish. You order the dessert and you share it if you don't want the dessert, right? Especially at a team dinner like that.
I agree. Now, here's what I believe. Anytime I order dessert, I ask for multiple spoons.
100%, right?
But I feel like, do you agree? If I ask for multiple spoons, I feel like it sets the precedent that everybody else should ask for multiple spoons, and then it allows me to dip in the other desserts. That's the play I'm going for.
So you acting like outwardly nice, but yet in the back of your head, you are just scheming to jump on other people's plates. That's actually a pretty good smooth move. And I will say, if you share desserts it doesn't make you. How do I say this? It lessens the guilt of you polishing off one full dessert.
Sure.
If you just pick at other people's desserts, even though you're probably ingesting more calories, you actually feel better about yourself, right?
I agree. I know you
yourself.
you have to kind of confuse your own mind in a way, right?
Oh yeah.
You got to play mind games with yourself in order to make yourself feel good. Unless you just eat too much and then you won't feel good at all. Do you have a favorite dessert though, Andy Kendeigh? Probably
no. I anything sweet and free, I'm in. I don't discriminate when it comes to dessert.
Why are you like me and beer? I go, my favorite beer is a free beer. Your favorite dessert is a free dessert?
Yeah. Now beer, I don't like the Kolsch's. That's the one beer I can't. That's the one I'm like, and the real dark stuff I'm not a huge fan of. Though I will go there. But I'm pretty open-minded when it comes to beverages as well. Yeah.
Let's talk sports here, my friend. The 5 for 5 eligibility rule has been established. Basically, when you turn 19, the next academic year is when your clock will start, or when you fully enroll into college is when you will begin that clock. What do you think it means for the future of the athletic departments here across the state, Omaha, Creighton, and Nebraska? And are there any concerns for you in terms of how this might affect high school players?
Well, the current group of seniors now and juniors and seniors now, I think it would affect the most, but we just don't know about roster limits. Are they going to amend the roster limitations given the fact that there's going to be an influx or at least additional eligible players on your squad? I mean, it would seem pretty, like, let's take volleyball, for instance, right, for Nebraska, because that seems to be a pretty hot button topic because they have such a great senior class. And who even knows if they want to come back? Like maybe they all want to go play professional or do something else. Who knows? They'll probably make more money staying at Nebraska, I would think. But again, who knows? Mm-hmm. But if the roster limit's 18, and then you've got this incoming class of freshmen, I don't know how the numbers shake out. So, I mean, you would think at least in the year or two that the transition happens, you'd have to give some kind of adjustment to it to allow for players that are grandfathered or grandmothered into this system. That's the thing that, like, the 5 for 5 thing is great, and I'm all for it. I still don't know what we're going to call the people in the fifth year, or do we call them fifth year?
The fifth year.
Still do freshmen? Yeah, we just do freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, fifth year.
Yeah, he's a fifth year. They're a fifth year player. Fifth year player.
Okay, fifth year. Okay.
Yeah, we can make the graphic on KETV.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, it's a little inconsistent though, because then you'd want to keep numbers in the first year, second year.
Oh, so would you? All right. So what would you rather do? Do you want to create a name for a
That's
senior?
Where I'm going.
You want to create?
Need to come up with a name with, like, not a senior, but something older than a senior.
Yeah, elder.
Something catchy. Yeah, something catchy that people like. Oh, you're not a senior. You're
not a senior.
Blank.
You're not
come up with that. I think that's the task I have for your show.
This sounds like a match game prompt.
Yeah.
You're not a senior. You're a blank. You're a blank.
I need Gene Rayburn and his very small microphone to that. And Charles Nipsey Russell to give me an answer here. So, yeah, I agree. I just don't know. There's so many unanswered questions. The 5 for 5, I think, is good in the long run. I just felt like, where do the juniors in high school fit? Where do the seniors in high school fit? Are they still going to these verbal agreements that they've gotten? They haven't signed anything yet per se. How's that all going to work out in the end? There's a lot of questions that need to be answered before I think. I would feel sorry for somebody. If somebody interviewed Danny Buscombe-Kelly, I'm just using her example. Like, hey, how are you going to approach this? Well, how is she going to know? She doesn't know. Like, what are the limits at this point? That's almost unfair to ask at this point. There's just a lot of unknowns right now. Of course, she's probably thrilled with the prospects of getting, her incredibly talented senior class with the ability to come back for another year. But what does that do to your incoming freshmen that you've recruited so hard to get in? And so there's a lot of unanswered questions that I think need to be answered before we move forward here and really get to the bottom of how this will affect the big picture. And you know, I think it's a good thing though. For in the broad brush, it's a good thing. And it's silly the redshirt thing, and it was going to be a thing in the past. I think that's great. 5 years.
Yeah.
You get 5 years. We just need a name for it.
I think it just all this accomplishes to me, Andy, is just continuity. You have continuity now. You know,
Yeah.
I don't think it solves anything other than that. Like, I don't think you're gonna have more recruitment of high school players now that you know it's 5 for 5. Like, I still think teams are gonna go, no, I mean, we'd rather take a 21-year-old junior or a 22-year-old fourth year, right? As opposed to recruiting kid. Like, I still think that exists even within that rule. And maybe that wasn't the goal they were trying to solve there. I always worry just about the high school kids. Like that's just been my biggest concern.
The transfer portal, I think, is more, it does more damage to the high school kids than this.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Until they get this transfer thing like figured out where everybody can agree, like a one-time transfer or whatever. I think that's where we really need to focus our energies on the next step. Now, how that all works out, I have no idea. But we got to figure out this transfer thing, because there again, if you're a fourth-year student or athlete right now, who's to say you're going to go fifth year and go cash in the bank? Because this could be, especially in the non, big revenue sports like football, basketball. If you're really that good and you want to take your talent elsewhere and cash in your check, well, go ahead. I don't think that's anything is going to be stopping you until they get this transfer thing figured out.
Have you gotten, this is just maybe me being out of the loop, have you gotten an email in terms of when fall ball is going to officially begin at the end of July? Do we know that, or the beginning of August?
We have not.
Okay.
We have not. I think you can back time it. They only get a certain amount of practice days before the opener. I had heard it was first week of August, like August 4th, 5th, around there. So I have not gotten a steadfast start date. Now, I could be out of the loop too. I've been so immersed in College World Series, and this, by the way, is my last quote unquote work related duty for the next week or so. You're going to see a lot of Lauren and a lot of Noah Sacco this week.
Well, I won't be seeing them, Andy Kendeigh, because we are taking the same vacation at the same time, my friend.
Right, baby. That's great minds. You only have certain windows, and this is one of them windows.
Are you going to Wisconsin as well?
No, I am not.
Okay.
I am not. Not this time. I will in mid-July, though. We will be in mid-July. I'm actually going to do a Brewers weekend up in Milwaukee. Brewers Marlins. How about that?
Hey,
Nothing says summer vacation like Brewers Marlins.
I got a fun little question for you. You only got one open practice in spring, and everybody knows that for the TV crew, that's called B-roll day. When you have one of these other open practices come the fall, who do we need B-roll on? Like, who do we need it more than anybody?
Oh anybody new, right?
Yeah.
Anybody, all the transfers, obviously the quarterbacks. Quarterbacks are a must. But yeah, the quarterbacks, running backs, because you think about the stories that you're going to hit over and over again. Quarterback, running back, defensive scheme, the new coaches, Orich, defensive coordinator, offensive, defensive lines. So, yeah, I mean, we can go down the list. But, yeah, the quarterbacks and running backs, I think, would be 1 and 1A, just because they're low-hanging fruit. And for TV people, this is where we head usually for the first opportunity. Now, how many opportunities we'll get this fall? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm really not sure.
That'll be interesting.
One seems too little.
I'll just say it. I don't care if anybody's mad at me. One is ridiculous. One open spring practice is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's only, and come on, guys. It's 20 minutes. It's 20 minutes. It's during warm-ups.
I mean, you're not to see them stretch.
Yeah. You're not seeing anything interesting.
A couple pads.
Yeah.
No.
The best thing you're seeing is the offensive line warm-up drills with Jeep yelling at guys. Like that's just come on. We can do I just think they already don't show us anything. I mean, to only say you only see one.
Practice,
yeah.
The bowl practices, that's why those were so clutch. Because you got to go, the first 10 minutes of stretching or 15 minutes of stretching were open. So if the people rewarded the folks who got out there early in Las Vegas, and believe you me, I was trying to get up there as early as possible.
All right, AK, we will talk to you soon, my friend. Thank you so much as always.
Yeah, and, have a good vacation.
You as well.
Good vacation.
I will try. I will talk to you soon, all right?
Thanks, brother. Talk to you.
Andy Kendeigh, KETV, sports director, man, myth, the legend. I didn't know Andy had that big of a sweet tooth. Just like, what's your favorite dessert? The free one. That's crazy. That's an insane answer from Andy Kendeigh. But he always gives, you know what? For a guy who gives us mild mannered and sharp answers, you need a crazy one every once in a while. I think Andy Kendeigh to Steve Sipple is maybe our most stark contrast in terms of the guests that we have on. We're kind of themed out, right? Like Tuesday is football day. We got Sevier and Verghese. Monday is very much basketball day. We have Robin Washit. Wednesday is a hodgepodge. We got Walker, and then we got the wacky guest. Typically, we book our novelty guest on the Wednesdays.
Brian Christopherson and Austin Jacobson
It is
on Fridays.
That's just a straight shooting Friday guest list there. Oh, they might be. BC and AJ might get you. I think I would still go Sipple and Kendeigh.
Yeah, I think so.
Sipple and Kendeigh, it's a fun dad Thursday,
Ooh. That's what we should call it.
It's a fun dad Thursday on Middays with Matt. We had AK and Steve Sipple joining us. All right, let's hit a break. Dog of the day and what to watch coming up next. Let's go, brother. What are we watching?
We're watching Yanks and Sox tonight.
Oh, the Boston Red Sox. Let me stuff my face with some Pepperidge Farm.
6 o'clock on MLB Network. WNBA doubleheader. LA, Toronto at 6 on Amazon Prime. Dallas, Vegas at 9 on NBA TV. 6 more matches in the World Cup today, headlined by the United States of America taking on Turkey at 9 o'clock from SoFi Rams House on Big Fox. The final season of The Bear is on Hulu. And, ladies and gentlemen, a time-honored tradition that we won in the Connor Happer divorce. CMA Fest is tonight on ABC, 7 o'clock. A country music convention. Bailey Zimmerman, I don't know who that is. Blake Shelton.
Great artist.
The band Perry, Brothers Osborne, Carly Pierce, Cody Johnson, Deanna Carter. These all sound made up. Ella Langley, Fetty Wap, of course. Florida Georgia Line, Gretchen Wilson, Hardy, Jason Aldean, Jelly Roll, Jordan Davis, Keith Urban, Lainey Wilson, fake. Luke Bryan, Michael McDonald, Molly Tuttle, the Red Clay Strays, Ricky Skaggs, Russell Dickerson, Shabuzi, Shay Morgan, Stephen Wilson Jr., Tim McGraw, Tucker Wetmore, and Zach Top perform. Riley Green and Laura Spencer from Good Morning America host. CMA Fest.
All those people are performing?
It's a 3-hour show.
Oh, my God. Do you know the Red Clay Strays?
I know the name.
She comes from Blue Dollar, low collar out there.
All right, folks, let's talk right now. I'm going to kill your bookmaker. I'm going to rip his throat out. I will blow this man out. I will step on his throat until the man chokes. Let me tell you how.
Dog.
Winners,
Dogs.
winners,
Dog.
winners,
Dog.
winners,
Dog.
winners. I'm on a roll.
Dude, you gotta love dogs, right?
All right, we're gonna add this. We need like a sound effect for when we get a ghost dog. We need like a sound effect with like a siren or something.
I'll watch
like
the
that.
Forrest Whitaker movie Ghost Dog and see if there's any drops.
Our ghost dog has contacted us. I'm gonna be real with you, ghost dog. It's been a while. I mean, we've kind of missed him. It's been about 3 weeks since we've gotten a pick from him.
I've missed Ghost Dog for years.
He goes, Germany, Ecuador, draw at the half, plus 150.
Whoa.
Lock it up.
Halftime draw.
Halftime draw in the FIFA World Cup from our ghost dog.
I hope Mike is not listening.
Lock and key emoji from Ghost Dog. So that's what we're going with. Ecuador, Germany, first half draw.
I don't hate it, but I don't know enough to.
I don't know if I like it or if I hate it, or the fact that somebody does enough research to go, oh my God, they're going to draw it the first half.
Germany has been struggling.
There it is. All right, plus 150. Thanks, Ghost Dog. Appreciate you. USC and the crossover coming up next.